Welcome to PokerGo's continued coverage of the 2025 World Series of Poker. Tonight's feature is the action-packed 25K Pot-Limit Omaha High Roller. It's day 3, and there is nearly $2.3 million up top. The pots are getting bigger, the pressure is rising, and the spotlight is on the one and only Phil Ivey. He is deep in the hunt for bracelet number 12. You see him on your screen a little bit down the way with about 7 million in chips. Standing in his way is a dangerous lineup that includes Talal Shakerchi, Scott Bohlman, and plenty of high-stakes killers. Settle in, because we're going to be taking this one all the way to the final table today. My name is Donnie Peters. I have Tristan Wade alongside of me, and we've got a front row seat to one of the absolute greats in poker history, Mr. Ivey himself. Tristan, welcome in.
Thank you, Donnie.
Ready, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, talking about Phil Ivey, one of the greats, but this tournament is one of the greatest tournaments that goes on at the WSOP. 25K buy-in, almost 500 people ponied up $25,000 to play this tournament, and you got almost 100x of that up top. That is unreal. And where else does it happen but right here in the pinnacle of poker, Las Vegas, and the WSOP?
Ivey's 100%.
It really is absolutely beautiful. It is our pleasure to be here. Let's get things started hot right out of the gate. Please hit that like button if you are watching on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel. Let's go. This is free coverage from the World Series of Poker.
How much? How much?
And there's a lot of chips in play, too. Pot-Limit Omaha, it's a very action game, right? You start with 4 cards. And look at this, right off the bat, we got aces with a suit. And this is typically one of those hands you want to start 3-betting with.
The pot.
1.8.
And the pot has been announced. We will hear that a lot, Mr. Peters.
That's 3.
Let's go.
Yeah, so 900.
$1,080,000.
Yeah.
Sinishtaj also with a
1.8.
nice looking starting hand. The King 10 and 9-8 with the suit. He's kind of on the shorter side here, so
My apologies, guys.
him coming in with the raise, he might ultimately just decide to go with this one.
Yeah, that is one thing you'll see in pot limit games. Everyone confused on, hey, what's the size of the pot?
Yeah.
10 more, right?
Yep.
It's typically 3 times a bet plus whatever's in the pot. But that can sometimes be hard to calculate. And yeah, like you said, Sinishtaj here with a pretty good hand here. King 9 suited with the 10-8.
And Trina will do it.
Pot-Limit Omaha is a game where you want to see the flop. Your equity's never really going to be that bad. Look, we see a 60-40 right now against pocket aces, basically. So hoping to connect with the flop in some form or fashion here.
10-7-3, rainbow, 1 heart. I mean, for Sinishtaj, it doesn't get much better than this. And you guys can see the equities flip.
Exactly. Right now, he becomes a favorite in this hand with top pair and an up and down straight draw. He can make 2 pair. And you see Weiss with blocking middle pair, so he's probably just going to put it in here. But he's going to have to fade a lot of outs, and his equity will shift back in his favor if he can dodge whatever the turn card is. And what he has working for him, he's got middle pair, so he blocks like the 10-7, the 7-3. He's got backdoor, straight draw with the wheel, and backdoor flush draw as well. So he's really looking for a 3 or a 7 immediately. And he could be drawing dead if his opponent hits a 6 or a jack on the turn that's not a diamond.
You want a king.
Diamond would be nice.
So the money is all in here. Weiss is at risk. Got the best of it with the aces, but as Tristan laid out, equity-wise, he's behind.
Needs a clean turn card here, or a diamond if it does connect with his opponent to give him
Witty.
added equity.
Sweat is real.
And as one of the combatants say, the sweat is real here.
Just setting up the cards here for the run out. Here we go. Okay, it's a diamond. Deuce of diamonds. Wow. Nice and clean so far for Weiss.
Still a 60-40, but now in the favor back to aces. Removes a few of Sinny's outs.
And an ace on the river. That's going to give Weiss the double up here. He's going to go up to about 7.6 million.
But just like that, that's 60 bigs in the middle right there, just like that. And I mean, we're just going to see that a lot
Swap hands
tonight.
with him on the flop.
When someone has like 2 or 3 times a pot size bet left and it's a 3-bet pot, you typically see when players have good equity, just the money going in. But, you know, there's obviously a lot of post-flop play in this game with these deep stacks that are spread out. Bohlman really the only one with a short stack, but even he almost has 20 bigs.
Speaking of Scott Bohlman, recently won his second WSOP gold bracelet. He won the 2K No Limit Hold'em earlier this summer. Scott Bohlman, one of those players who, you know, he might not be a household name, but as tough as they come, you know, he's always out here battling at the World Series of Poker. As I mentioned, 2-time WSOP gold bracelet winner.
I didn't think I'd
He is. This is a crazy stat that I found when I was doing some research before the show. 11th on the list of number of WSOP cashes all time.
Really?
11th.
Wow.
I thought that was crazy.
That is pretty crazy.
I mean, I thought, you know, okay, he's obviously here all the time. He's been here for a while, ever since I started covering poker. So maybe he's, you know, top 30, top 40. No, he's 11th. This is his 127th in the money finish here at the World Series. So that's pretty wild.
You know, just to speak on WSOP history, I know Ari Engel just overtook Miami John for most WSOP cashes, but I was playing with one of Miami John's great buddies the other day in the horse event, and he was telling me Miami John probably had 1,000 WSOP cashes because he was playing all the WSOP events in the 70s and 80s before they were recording it. So I thought that was kind of interesting. And he also had another interesting anecdote that I'll maybe save for another time while we go to the action here.
I mean, it's all right. We're still pre-flop here.
Well, I don't want to mess up any of the details, Donnie, so I just need to refresh it in my mind before I spit gospel to the audience.
All right, so that sounds good. We will do our best to address the chats on YouTube on PokerGo.com, but just want to point it out that we are aware of what at least appears to be a nationwide internet issue for all providers. So if things freeze on my end and I can't really interact with the chat, I do apologize. I'm going to do my best to do so. So yeah,
that's breaking news to me.
The past couple hours.
What's going on, Ian?
Okay, I had no idea.
You're a big one.
Yeah, but what are you doing?
I was traveling, as you know, today, so I just flew in this morning and
Wrong color.
kind of been sleeping and trying to catch up. So I did not know what current events are happening aside from the 25K PLO.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Up at the top of the screen, obviously you guys can see the chip counts. The leaderboard is presented by PokerStars. But above that, you can see the field size. Remaining players on your left, that's the number 13. Total field size 489. So almost 500 entries in this $25,000 buy-in PLO High Roller here at the 2025 World Series of Poker. 13 remain. There are 2 tables in action. The outer table has Ben Lamb at it. It has Lautaro Guerra. It has Mickey Duek. They're all out there at that table. The plan for tonight's play is to get us down to the final table, finish with, I don't know, 5, 6, or 7 players left. They'll come back on Friday, and then the final table will also be live streamed on PokerGo.com. So you're getting 2 days of coverage of this 25K buy-in PLO event.
This is a really interesting hand here, Donnie, because we got kings. Now notice the suits of the kings. The kings are kind of unsuited. We have the 8-9 of clubs. It is the best hand right now, but up against a very strong holding in ace, king, queen, 7 double suited. So how will Bohlman respond here? With 20 big sub, he might just want to put the kings in pre.
Yep, and there he goes. It's in. Krentzman makes the call. So we are off and running once again. A couple of quick all-ins here. This time it's going to be Scott Bohlman. As I mentioned, making his 127th WSOP cash. He's looking to stay alive here.
$100, pick a side.
I'll take king, king, 8-9.
Okay.
Players are side betting on the action. Can never get enough action. As if playing a 25K buy-in poker tournament with 13 players left isn't enough for these guys. They got to put 100 on the side for the all-in moment.
Just the sweat, right? We're here. We're for the action, and this is a very good flop. for the kings. I mean, the ace, king, queen, 7 double suited effectively whiffs. No pair, no draw currently. And you love to see this flop if you have kings.
Okay.
7 on the turn here. Things are still 80-20 in favor of
Queen
Bohlman.
and a 7.
And an ace on the end. That is going to drill Krentzman. He finishes with 2 pair, aces and 7s, and he is going to eliminate Scott Bohlman in a pretty brutal fashion.
I can't even give you a $100 bill.
Wow.
That's embarrassing.
It's okay. I forgive you. Are these real?
Yes.
Scott Bohlman collecting $107,000 for his run here.
That was rough. I mean, it was like a Band-Aid being ripped off there. He went, you know, 80-20, 80-20, and all of a sudden ace on the river, Barry Greenstein, and he's out the door.
20 bucks. 20 bucks.
So tilting. I would have defended my hand. Jack 8-10, double suited. Top 2 flush draw. Beat everybody.
12 players remain. That gentleman right there is likely who you are all tuning in to watch, Mr. Phil Ivey.
11 WSOP bracelets. That is just greatness.
Absolutely wild. Sitting on 11 bracelets, he's just ahead of the greats, Doyle Brunson and Johnny Chan. Of course, he trails the legendary Phil Hellmuth, who's on 17. Almost got number 18 the other day in the $2,500 OE tournament. Finished 3rd, did Phil Hellmuth. Number 12 here, if he does go on to win this one, Ivey gets 1 step closer to Hellmuth. You think he'll ever catch him?
I don't know, man. I mean, Hellmuth plays all the games. He's
like
a short stack ninja.
I mean, I like my seat. It's like,
he just
Head of the table.
finds a way to be there in the end, and that's part of his legend, right? Because it's unorthodox. It's you don't see anyone else play like Phil Hellmuth plays, so he's got a good lead. But if you can keep playing kind of smaller field, mixed game events and stuff like we see, then yeah, anyone can peel off a couple. If anyone can, it's Phil Ivey, of course.
One of the coolest things about Ivey right now is it appears he's fully back. You know, there was a couple of years there where he was more sporadic in his WSOP playing. You know, he sat out that 1 year kind of as a boycott. He's kind of been in and out for some other years, but now, starting with last year when he did win his 11th bracelet, and then this year, I mean, he's playing every single day. He's playing the biggest buy-ins. He's in the mix.
He's already got a
Quite
final
lot.
table,
Exactly.
right? He the 100K he final tabled, I think it was. But it was a 9th place finish, but yeah. Shakerchi already putting Weiss in a tough spot here with top pair, King Jack playing on Jack 9-9. And Weiss not with a lot working here, does have 2 10s and backdoor clubs, but he has 3 clubs in his hand, so we do just see a W for Shakerchi, who's quite a legend himself in the poker world. I mean,
businessman by trade, but don't let that fool you one bit. Talal can play. He can play with the best of them. He is one of the most aggressive and fearless players, maybe sometimes to his detriment in the game. You know, he can just absolutely get after it. As you see the chip denominations here on your screen presented by True Classic. 5Ks for the Reds. The greens are 25K and those blues 100,000.
and then speaking on Talal, you look at the profile of him, you know, older gentleman, you wouldn't really know that he's an online crusher too.
Yeah, plays raid a lot on Poker Stars.
Just plays
all the games, plays everything. He'll play all the games, he'll play any buy-in. It doesn't matter. You'll see him, like, you know, Scoop comes around, for example, and it's like, you know, Talal's at the final table of like an $11 5-card draw game. Like, what is this guy doing?
Yeah.
But he absolutely loves it.
That is a call?
Call.
Ivey coming here with the limp, with a mystery hand.
Call.
under the gun, I guess. So that's, you know, that's cool, right? Because in No Limit Hold'em, for all of our viewers, right, we usually see people raise and you see range advantage come into play and thinning the field. But here we got Ivey limping, And notice the hand class he's limping with here. Kings with the bad suit that we just saw Bohlman go out on. How will Ivey want to continue here? His hand's a little disguised, but he doesn't have a whole lot to go with it. The deuce 3 of clubs is not really a valuable flush draw. As we see, it's dominated here by Krentzman isolating the king 10, 7, 8 double suited.
Ivey going to play this one as a call, and this is pretty much exactly how he set up to play. Doesn't want to open the kings, have to play it against a 3-bet. That would not be the best with this type of hand with kings, so he's just going to go with the limp call approach, and a positive thing for him is that he will have position on Krentzman.
And that is probably one of the most underrated things when it comes to any form of poker is position. But this is a pretty decent flop here for Krentzman as we see him flop.
How much is in there?
Backdoor draws, front door open ender. No pair in the hand here, but lots of stuff working here for Krentzman. Probably wants to continue with his aggression.
Evan Krentzman out of California has a deep run in this very event. In 2019, he finished 13th. So now that there's 12 left, he has already bested that finish.
And Ivey's got to love this when he gets checked to. Not that he wants to bet, but that he can peel off a free card here and try to realize his equity and get to showdown because maybe his kings are good. And now this is a spot where maybe Krentzman would be aggressive. Now, he probably won't want to check raise and get all the money in here if he does face a bet because he has kind of the bottom end of the straight draw here. But this is interesting because maybe Ivey recognizes that Krentzman won't want to get all the money in here. But this is a tough spot. I mean, Ivey doesn't have a lot of work, and he's just got naked kings. He's got no other connectivity here to this board.
Well, action is on Ivey here. He has burned through one time extension. He does check back. 5 of clubs on the turn. Interesting card, you know. Ivey does pick up a flush draw, yes, but we know it's dominated by the king 10 of clubs for Krentzman.
And look at this. Krentzman has picked up, I mean, he's got the open ender with the 10-8, right? But he's drawing to kind of the butt end. If an 8 comes, queen 10 would beat him. He would play 10-7. But he goes ahead and he says, look, the 7-8 is very valuable here because the 6, he's drawing to the nuts, and he also is drawing to the second nut flush. So he does just go ahead and pot it here. Really, the only hand he has to worry about Ivey having is top set. That's maybe the only hand Ivey would check back. I don't think Ivey would check back pocket 9s. But is the 3 high flush draw with kings worthy enough for Ivey to want to see a river here? Because, mind you, he does have the 2, 3, 4, 5, Donnie.
Wow, he does make the call. And after what looked like a rather tame pot on the flop is now swelled up to 3.6 million. And an ace on the end. Ivey makes the wheel.
The disguised wheel, and Krentzman with no showdown value here just has king high. And he's the only one that's really supposed to have pocket aces here. So we could see a bottom of range bluff here from Krentzman.
In the chat, RMX Indiana, one of our mods, said a non-club ace would be nice. Well, bang, because it's the ace of hearts.
1.5.
And Krentzman comes out with 1.5 million.
1.5 with a shaky hand. I don't know if you noticed that. And
listen, if anyone's going to pick up on that, it's Phil Ivey, right?
Like, look, these guys are playing for a lot of money. You're down to 12, 11 players in a monster tournament. I've never been in a spot like this, you know, playing for this much money. So I don't know how I would do, but those are the little things you got to pick up. Now, Ivey, with the nuts. With the nuts, what more do you want here?
Time extension.
He's burned 3 time extensions, but doesn't matter. He's going to win this pot regardless of what he does.
Brian Willis dropping 5 PokerGo gift memberships in the chat. Shout out, Brian. Well done. Ivey raises. He's all in. And a quick fold out of Krentzman.
I mean, we're all rooting for Phil Ivey, right? I mean, let's be real. Like, I got some other friends in the game. Ben Land's one of my buddies. You know, I don't know these other guys personally, but who is a poker fan that has never rooted for Phil Ivey? Like, we all want him to just dominate.
And even though he didn't get called there on the end, Ivey is up over 10
it?
million in chips, 86
glad
big
it's free.
blinds.
Yeah, I want to see.
I'm curious.
The current chip leader at this table.
Ivey,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
of
have
course
to ask
I
my
have.
buddy to like.
Hard to bluff.
Did Ivy have it in that river? What did he say?
Said hard to bluff the ace river.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, hard for Ivey to have 2-3 there. That's why guys are wondering, like, what the hell did you have
it's
it?
him.
That's that's the problem.
Big blind, Phil.
Nice hand.
Thanks.
All right, chat. I know you guys are all here rooting for Ivey. Ah, heck, maybe you're rooting against him. I don't know. Where does Ivey rank on your all-time list?
Good question.
I want to know. I want to know. Is he the all-time great in your mind? You know, so many players. I think, you know, I'm safe to say that including Daniel Negreanu, who is a good friend of Phil Ivey, says that he is the greatest. So we know he is currently second in the bracelet race. Helmuth has 17. Ivey's got 11. Ivey is going for number 12 right here. Where does Ivey rank? Is he the GOAT to you?
I see the chat scroll.
I mean, it's just nonstop GOAT. It's GOAT and 1. That's pretty much all it is.
And Ivey here, pretty good hand. Ace Jack 8-3 double suited against a small blind limp. He is going to ISO.
350.
Moderator Russell on the PokerGO chat said, we all want Ivey. Obama says Ivey on Mount Rushmore. Brown saying number 1. Spooky said, I mean, top 3. I mean, come on. What? What's the shade for?
Top 3 is
Flat
reasonable,
Shoe
Donnie.
Lance, Ivey is the absolute greatest. Campo says 1 is Stewie, 2 is Ivey.
And this is quite the interesting flop. Now, bottom 2 and No Limit Hold'em is a really good holding, but when you get 4 cards in Pot-Limit Omaha, it's very susceptible and vulnerable, as you see here.
Catching up the action here. Krentzman limped small blind. Ivey made it 360K. Krentzman called. It does go check, check here.
So all of our Pot-Limit Omaha amateurs, notice that bottom 2 being checked back by Mr. Phil Ivey here. Doesn't want to just bet, get potted, and maybe have to release his hand. Now he turns more equity with the Queen of Diamonds. So he's got the Ace Jack working, drawing to the Broadway King for the nuts. He's got a flush draw now, and this is where he could decide to bet 2 pair, but he doesn't. He just continues to take his showdown to river, or his showdown value to the river, excuse me. And he is going to fade the open-ended straight draw that we saw Krentzman flop. And Krentzman also has top pair with a pair of queens here.
Krentzman checks. Ivey's just going to check back with that 2 pair, and he's going to win it. So 2 early pots here for Phil Ivey, both of them against Krentzman, and he is starting to chip up quite nicely.
It's a very good showcase of how what seem to be strong hands aren't in PLO, and we just see bottom 2 want to check it all the way.
We got more shade here. This one from AVB said, Ivey is an all-time great. He's currently Jordan, but on the Wizards.
Oh my God, that
Come
is some
on,
shade.
man.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on, in poker, he's still young. He's still young. He's probably halfway through his career. He's 4 or 4 championships so far, and you know, who knows. But when we talk about representation in poker, right, I think that's another thing that kind of adds to the allure of Phil Ivey, is that we don't see a lot of African Americans playing poker from the inception of poker boom, right? In 2000s, there wasn't a lot of representation. Now we're seeing more women get into the game. We're seeing people from all around the world come to the World Series of Poker. So I think that's another thing that's really added to Phil Ivey's success and his kind of mystique, is he's like the Tiger Woods of poker. And I hope that's not any kind of, you know, disparaging remark or anything, because I'm comparing one GOAT to another GOAT. But, you know, we know what kind of Tiger Woods had to go through in that realm. And I'm not saying Phil Ivey had to go through things like that, but I'm sure in some capacity he did.
Ace 6 deuce here. We got three-way action. Sinishtaj raised to 300K. Ajez called. Talal Shakerchi out of the big blind came along as well.
Sini with a really big flop here. Top pair with the nut hearts. But Shakerchi has a pretty decent holding himself. Backdoor diamonds, gut shot to the nuts with the 3. The king of hearts working. So ace king presently ahead, but has to fade a lot of equity.
We lose Ajez on that flop. It remains Shakerchi and Sinishtaj here. Talal's going to check.
And Sini probably, yeah, wants to just control the pot here. Knows he could maybe have the best of it, but wants to realize 100% of his equity, and he now holds 100% of the winning hand. Shakerchi coming with a block bet here. These are always interesting. On a paired board, how will Sini register this into his strategy?
Sinishtaj calls with the nut flush. Taking a conservative approach, yes, but understandable.
Yeah, if you think about all these
paired
combos, right? Pocket deuces, there's only one combo you lose to. You lose to ace deuce, you could lose to 6 deuce, 10 deuce. You know, it's pot limit Omaha, 4 cards. So you got to be very cautious and really understand how the nuts change from street to street.
Octopi Poker is the next generation study system for everyone, from casual players to elite pros like Steven Chidwick. It's fun to use, it's affordable, and it is full of features. Head over to octopipoker.ai now and check it out. Again, that's octopipoker.ai. There is also an Octopi Poker booth here at Horseshoe at the World Series of Poker. So if you're in the area, if you're coming on down, they're going to be here all summer long. So check out the Octopi booth. It is in the Horseshoe Event Center. About a 50-foot walk from this table right here.
Yep, and they got a little kiosk set up where you can try the software. It's really cool. It's really fun. It puts you in the game. Basically, you can play spots that you've seen from other high rollers. And there's merchandise there. There's all kinds of stuff. Someone's there working the booth will definitely help you out. Oh, we got some big hands here.
Krentzman made it 420,000 with ace, ace, king 4, and Ivey finds king, queen, queen, jack double suited.
Call 420.
I love the call by Ivey. I mean, typically without an ace in your hand, you don't want to start doing 3-betting because you don't block your opponent from having aces. But I do think maybe more amateur players kind of get stuck in the sauce looking at a hand that pretty. King, queen, queen, king, queen, queen, jack double suited. But let's take our positional advantage and let's take a great hand and see a flop.
Ace, king, 3. Set of aces for Krentzman.
How much in there?
He asks how much is in there because even when you have the
pause it.
nuts and PLO, this is a very draw-heavy board we see.
1.22.
Talal makes a little expression. He knows that's not the size of the pot.
$550.
Bet is 550.
So right around half pot here from Krentzman.
And I don't know, chat, what do you guys think? Does Ivey have enough hand here to continue, right? His queen jack of hearts is a backdoor draw. Sure, he can draw to the 10 for the nuts, but we see, even in the face of a half pot bet, not enough to want to try to crack aces.
10 seconds.
So Krentzman getting some chips back there from Ivey, who took some off him earlier. Jimmy Bluffett, the all-time GOAT mod, in the chat, asked if we're playing to a winner today. We are not. We're going to play down to the final table. Could end with 5 players, 6 players, 7 players, something like that. Then they're going to come on back on Friday for the streamed finale. So you're getting 2 days of coverage of this $25,000 buy-in PLO High Roller. Back-to-back days here from PokerGo.
You ever use a time extension in any tournament ever?
Yeah, I used one in this tournament. But
By accident.
it was by accident, yeah. I did use.
I'm not sure I've ever heard Ivey ask someone else a question. Normally he's kind of quiet. He doesn't really want to engage with other people. People try and engage with him, but here he's the one, you know, asking a fun one to Talal.
20.
But they have a lot of experience. I'm sure they've battled at some absolutely astronomical stakes. Ace King 10-7 with a suit for Ivey makes it 420.
Calls 420.
Talal's in there.
I noticed one of the strategies of Pot-Limit Omaha is to make very big raises when you come into a pot. That's kind of counterintuitive to what we see in No Limit Hold'em, because you're usually playing shallower stack depths in No Limit Hold'em, and you want people to continue in the pot so you can have your range advantage.
These
But
things really
in
give a lot
Pot-Limit
of
Omaha, when
Oh,
you
big
never
time.
have that much of a big equity advantage, we kind of see people wanting to force others out and build a pot.
8-6 deuce rainbow.
Check.
So Ivey out of position, goes with a check, although he does have some stuff working here for him, even though neither player has connected with a pair. And just like
How
that,
about that,
Donnie,
huh?
that's the nuts.
Almost
And
8 million
100%
chip
check
pot.
mark.
Somewhat rare that you have the check mark on the turn in PLO, but Ivey does here. And he's just going to check it and see if he can get Talal to hang himself a little bit.
And Talal basically with a bottom barrel hand now, no pair, no draw, but he does just concede.
Talal checks back, queen on the river.
Talal does have a blocker here to the Jack 10, but he just decides to just check this down with Ivey, and he's going to see Ivey's got a pretty good holding.
If he shoots him a look.
You ask me a question, then you try to trap me?
Tremendous stuff. Absolutely tremendous stuff.
What time, gentlemen?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gonna get a dealer change here. Speaking of tremendous stuff, it is tremendous that the NAPT Las Vegas is back at Resorts World for a 3rd year in a row. November 3rd through 12th. Highlights on the schedule include the 50K Super High Roller, the 5K main event. There's also a 1K PokerStars Open at the beginning of the series. There's also a 1K Women's High Roller. PokerStars players in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, and Ontario can check out the PokerStars platform for chances to win their way to NAPT Las Vegas. I'll be there. Hope to see you guys there. I'm a little bit upset that we haven't even hit 500 likes on the video on YouTube. So if you guys are watching, please, for the love of all things Phil Ivey, let's go. Smash the like button. Let's get right up over 1,000, and then let's start climbing. The
You
more
heard the
likes,
man.
the more engagement, the more YouTubes. We got to feed the algorithm, okay? We got to feed it. Obama over on PokerGo.com saying, Ivey should have won the main, the moneymaker year. He got screwed. See, I was actually thinking about this today when
That
I was
was
doing
sick.
some research about this final table, because now, had Ivey won, it's very likely we don't get the same type of poker room. Now, I don't think the poker room was all about moneymaker. I think it was a lot of different things that were, you know, at play. But part of that was moneymaker, a guy from Tennessee, an accountant, winning whatever it was, a $40
Like an
or
amateur
$80
kind of player
satellite.
too, right?
Yeah. So
Beating all the pros.
if you get Ivey winning, do we have as big of a boom? I'm not sure. You know, so I kind of agree. I remember watching that. I was gutted. I was like all in on Ivey, right? And I
Yeah.
was gutted when he lost that hand to
Bracelet,
Moneymaker and he ends up getting eliminated. But thinking back on it, I'm like, you know, I don't know. It was probably better in the grand scheme of things.
And maybe, yeah, to your point, Donnie, maybe Ivey was kind of the poster child of defeat that year because he's the big pro. He's the guy who's supposed to win. He's the guy who gets his money all in with the best of it against, was it Farha or was it Moneymaker? Wasn't it Farha that he played the huge pot against and got
No,
unlucky?
it was, well, Moneymaker with the
Moneymaker did him in the end.
with
but
the ace-queen
right,
versus the nines.
Okay, but I thought he got very unlucky against Farha in a pot too. But anyway, yeah, maybe he was just a poster boy for how anyone can come beat a pro. You just need a little bit of luck. Shakerchi with aces folds around to the big blind. Ace queen 5-4, 3 clubs, and no ace high clubs. So, you know, Pot-Limit Omaha, everyone, you want to draw to the nuts. Sure, you get 4 cards, but you want to draw to the nuts.
King 9 deuce here, rainbow. We've seen a lot of rainbow flops so far. Krentzman's going to check. Talal's just going to continue here. 450 and a quick fold out of Krentzman. All right, Chad, I might as well ask you guys, if you could go back in time to 2003, would you rewrite history and allow Ivey to win? Would you do it? Let me know. Say Ivey or Moneymaker. That's what I want to know.
Donnie's making me go back in the history, and I gotta look at some of this stuff. Because what place did Ivey come that year? He came like 8th?
10th, I think.
It was 10th, okay.
I'm pretty sure it was 10th. A couple people right away rolling in with Ivey, including Trey, a regular on the YouTube channel. What's up, Trey?
Is it 360?
Hoosier said, no, absolutely not. Moneymaker. Drew says Moneymaker. Ed says Moneymaker. Poker fan says Moneymaker.
I mean, you can't possibly have a better champion's name than Moneymaker.
I know, it
right?
was-
Like
it was
that.
wild.
That was scripted.
It was absolutely wild. Vice, Moneymaker is how we had the boom, so Moneymaker is my choice.
Yeah, but to Donnie's point earlier, there were so many things working for the elevation of online poker and poker in general at that time that who knows how the tides would have changed with some other champion.
Yeah, I mean,
Would they have changed? Yeah.
it was a lot of things working. You know, one, I think that, well, first, even from 2002 to 2003, there was a big boost in field size. You know, a lot of that had to do with the fact that, you know, poker was becoming more popular on the big stage. Yes, it was starting to get airtime on ESPN more so than it had been. Online satellites were a thing, hence Chris Moneymaker. You know, all that sort of stuff was working together. Then you just have the absolute perfect storm, lightning in a bottle, of Moneymaker going on to win the whole thing. A complete amateur at the time, recreational player. So much so that he didn't even want to play. If you guys remember the story, I believe it was he got 3-handed, and he basically tried to lose to take the 3rd place cash as opposed to getting one of the seats. He didn't want to play. He's like, listen, I'd rather just take the 4K or whatever it was. He gets in, he ends up selling a bunch of money off to his buddy, so, you know, it works out that he is able to get some cash, but, you know, and then he just goes on to win the whole thing. The whole situation was scripted.
Okay, now we talked about dominating hands and drawing to the nuts just recently, and we see Ivey defend the big blind here with Queen 10, 7, 5, the 10-7 of spades, dominated by the King 4 of spades. But Ivey gets to the river with no showdown, and he does just give up, announce Queen High, and he's going to lose to the Kings. I wasn't sure if that was a spot that Ivey might try to pounce, but nah, the legend is too measured.
Well, now twice between both of these players. You know, earlier, a couple hands ago, Talal didn't bet when Ivey turned that straight, right? He didn't take the opportunity to bluff, which he might have. He did have a jack in his hand, which did block Jack 10 for a higher straight, but he didn't take the opportunity. There, Ivey didn't take the opportunity. Here's a look out at the secondary table.
Yeet!
Yep, Ben Lamb in the 1 hole.
Yeah, you always got me crushed.
Mickey Duek next to him. You got Jeff Hakim. You got Bryn Kenney, and then the black hat, black sweatshirt. That's Lautaro Guerra. If you don't know Lautaro Guerra, one of the absolute best PLO players in the world. He won the first ever PGT PLO series a couple of years ago. He came into that series as an unknown to me. Cashed in 3 events, won all 3 of them.
Crazy. That's unreal. And didn't he just win a big PLO tournament online on GG?
He did.
Yeah, 10K,
I don't remember where it was, but I do remember he won something online.
Yeah, I think he might have won $1 million 10K PLO tournament.
I think he's had
online.
success at Triton stops. Like he's now certainly becoming a name. I believe he originally kind of played high stakes cash games PLO, and now has really taken to the tournament scene, as so many of these guys do. Ajez here, the Aussie. King, king, jack, deuce makes it 420. Krentzman's going to call in position with ace 10, 9, 6 double. John Antilla said, Ivey will mess this up, of course. Well, so far he hasn't. So far everything has worked out. Ivey's played well. The poker gods have helped him too. And he has, basically doubled the stack here in the early going. 8-7-6 flop here. Krentzman just flops the goods with the 10-9.
$450.
How can you not like Ivey? I mean, not just in the poker. The guy has legendary gambling experience. How many people do you know have battled a casino in the pits and then taken them on legally? What?
Well, that was, he got the rough end.
He got screwed there, of course. We've seen other cases be solved in the favor of the people that brought the case to court, and he didn't. Nowadays we see it happening, but he didn't win. That's crazy. But that's just you make movies about that kind of stuff. Like, that's legendary.
Oh, 120?
Another under the gun limp here. We saw it from Ivey earlier. This time we see it from Ajez. Kind of interesting to see him limp this hand. I know it is double suited, but to me, a more of a novice eye, it looks a little bit more disconnected than you might want it to be.
It is a little bit, but the middling cards, the 5, 7, 8, have good interaction on that board coverage. Kind of the idea of board coverage, it has good interaction there when you're going to get those middling flops. If it was a weaker, like 3, 4, 5, you're never really going to see those hands play as much. But when you get into the 5, 6, 7, 8 area, then yeah. But yeah, look at Sinny, even Sinny here with king, queen, jack, jack in the big blind, just wanting to see a flop, sure. Ivey flopping best with aces up on the button, but we see now the reason all these equities are so shifty is because we just have so many people in the pot. Once people exit the pot, if we do see Ivey bet his aces up here, we'll see this kind of get maybe heads up between him and Sinny if Sinny does want to continue with his queen high flush draw. And then we'll see the equity shift as people exit the pot. And look at that. I'm not drawn to the nuts. I'm just out.
Action folds back over here to Krentzman. It's paused on him right now. Has a pair of sixes. Has a gutter to a 4, but not good enough. In the muck it goes. That's another one for Ivey. You know what the music means? The music means it's promo time, baby. Let's go. Play Poker Go is where the action never stops. Jump into free online poker. That's right, I said it, guys. It is free online poker. Real competition, zero risk. You can grind ring games, run deep in tournaments. You can also spin the wheel of gain in the brand new No Gamble, No Future themed sit and goes. No deposits, no bots, no gimmicks, just pure, authentic, free online poker. Play now at playpokergo.com. You can also get it on iOS and Android. Check that out today. Playpokergo.com, the home of free online poker. I say it all the time, and it is something that is true. I try and play in there every single day. I was in there about an hour and a half ago. I played maybe 7 hands. I stacked someone, and then I left.
You hit and ran somebody?
Yeah, of course.
On
You know,
the
that's
PokerGo
part of the
Play
fun.
app? Come on.
I like to get in there and like kind of troll people. You can like throw drinks across the table.
Nice.
You know, you can't. There's no chat, but you can
gonna
throw
play
drinks across
nine-handed?
the table. So you know, and you can have all these emojis. So you know, I always throw people all these drinks, especially when I beat them in hands. I throw them drinks.
Little
You
needle.
know, I try and line up
do
the
at nine,
drink,
so I guess
or
that's
because you can also throw like a cigar, a cup of coffee. You know, I try and do it how I think the person like might be feeling. So I try and like extra troll them. I don't know if people actually read into it, but
We lost one?
that's what I try and do.
They lost one.
We're gonna
Looks like we
draw
lost
one of us
Bryn Kenney
to go
One of us
over
are
there.
going.
out there. So we're going to have to move someone off the feature to the outer feature. And if they draw Ivy,
free
I'm
random
going to
there.
riot and possibly leave the stream. So they better not do that.
Yeah. That's the superstar, the moneymaker, quote unquote. How can you take him?
Nate?
So Donnie, what's your username on
Brosco.
PokerGo
More than
Play?
one player.
Like Donnie Brosco, the movie, but
Okay.
Brosco.
Brosco. So
B-R-A-S-C-O.
hey, everyone in chat, if you see
5 and
Brosco
5
on there,
right
make
now.
sure you
throw,
throw
throw
some
stuff
drinks
back
back
at me.
at him.
Try and
One
bad
table.
beat me. So we are going to lose, looks like seat 1,
Soft FD.
Evan Krentzman there. He's going to head over to the
Carry on,
outer
do you?
table. So Ivy remains.
Carry on.
The dealer and the floor staff heard that I was going to quit. They, of course, rigged it. No, just kidding. That did not happen. Okay, come on.
Good luck. Good luck. Good
I
luck,
mean, we're
guys.
not even halfway through the WSOP yet, and it just seems like the storylines have been writing themselves. We got ODB winning the 5K No Limit Hold'em Seniors event.
When you come
We
back,
got
Nick Schulman.
Nick Schulman winning the 10K Deuce to 7. We got Brian Rast winning his 7th bracelet,
Yeah.
7th bracelet in the Raz.
Wild side. He was down to like 2 big bets multiple times against Andrew Ye, heads up, and ultimately was able to battle back. They started heads up play last night. They didn't finish it. They came back today. It was a long, drawn-out battle. Again, Rast got down several times, but he was ultimately able to fight back and come out on top.
Seth Davies winning his first bracelet.
Yeah.
He's having one of the most phenomenal heaters in years that have happened in recent memory. And then, you know, you can't forget about legendary stuff like the first employees event in Suck Me 69 getting heads up and
Yes.
shipping it with 6-9 offsuit into ace queen. I mean, that's a little extra tidbit, but that is that's what
happened. It
legends are
happened.
made of out here.
Getting
You know?
us caught up to speed here on this event. When we turned the stream on, there were 13 players remaining from the field of 489. We lost Aaron Kupin in 13th place. On this feature table, we saw Scott Bohlman go out in 12th place, and the ace on the river did him in. And then we just lost Bryn Kenney in 11. So we're down to 10, 5 on this table, 5 on the outer table.
And here somehow pocket tens are still good, leading this board. But no longer are pocket tens good, as we see Mr. Weiss make the nuts. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and first to act.
Good to see we got the YouTube video up over 1,000 likes. Thank you, everyone. If you haven't hit the like button already, I don't know what the heck you're doing. You're just being lazy with it. If you guys can show that you are engaged to the chats, a lot of chatter on PokerGO.com, and if you're on YouTube, you can chat, you can like the video, you can subscribe to the channel. If I feel like you guys are delivering, I'm gonna do some giveaways, okay? But
go,
you guys
Donnie.
gotta show me that you're here and you're engaged and you're having fun.
Donnie's a Wizard of Oz. He says, you guys got to show me your allegiance, and I'll do some giveaways. Okay, look at this. The ugliest two kings you could see. The King 9-5 offsuit. No suits there on the button. Mr. Weiss with a pretty looking hand. Queen 9-8-7 double suited, as you guys see.
Ivey out of the way there. So we got Weiss and Ajez going heads up. Ivey's going to take a stroll. Ace, Jack, 10 with a couple of spades.
End. Straight flush draw immediately. Open-ended straight flush draw. Now, Ajez blocking the nuts from the start of this hand starts with a bet as well with the range advantage. $400K bet, $400K call. We have almost 1.9 million in the middle.
5 of diamonds on the turn. See, the equities are still very, very close here.
Yeah, if Weiss would have flopped a pair, I mean, obviously we see the Ace-Jack-10 is irrelevant, but if Weiss would have flopped a pair with that kind of draw, that would have helped his equity a lot, but he's basically just using his flush draw and straight draw. And Ajez is using blockers. This is where blockers matter in PLO. Look, I block King Queen. There's a lot less combos of you having King Queen here. And he's really trying to pressure this kind of holding that has a lot of equity, or an even stronger holding like if Weiss had aces up. He would hope to try to pressure aces up into folding.
Nice hand.
Ajez taking that one down. He's been a little bit quiet here. Tournament summary presented by Oats Overnight, the official high-protein breakfast of PokerGO. 489 entries. We got 10 left. Look at that first place prize, everyone. Almost $2.3 million. Almost $11.5 million in the prize pool total. This is day 3 of this 4-day event. We just lost Bryn Kenney in 11th place. Before that, we lost Scott Bohlman in 12th. The plan is to play down to the final table to get things set up for the final table live stream on Friday. We won't go further than 5 players remaining. I know that. Now, I don't know if we're going to end with 7, 6, 5. That'll be determined by how these guys play. So it is a little bit TBD on the actual end time. But if we do happen to get to 5, I think they would stop them because you just don't want to risk anyone else going out past that.
So we are seeing short-handed PLO being played now, 5-handed. Ranges are opening up a little bit. You wouldn't see these hands play as aggressively or even V-pip, voluntarily put chips in the pot if we were at a full ring table, I imagine. Shakerchi flopping bottom set here. But you never know with bottom set and PLO. But he's in pretty good shape here. He's just got to fade a few nasty overcard turns, a 7 or a jack is kind of what I see currently.
Action checking over to Weiss. He's going to check it as well. 6 on the turn. That turn card's going to leave Ajez drawing dead. Shakerchi's still got the best hand here.
Huh?
Ended up on Indy.
Oh, nice.
725.
You got me again.
Ivy, I think, commenting on a sports bet maybe he won.
Yeah, NBA Finals are going on tonight.
You
I think
always
it's
know I'm
still
gonna be
going
on
on.
the sharp side.
It is.
You find
The
it.
Pacers are smoking OKC,
You might
which
pay
is a
little too much
shock
juice, but you
to
find the
me.
Sharp side.
But Ivy's sharp gambler Ivy must have been on the right side somehow. Made a call to Halliburton and said, hey, how you feeling? And Shakerchi betting bottom set here, no time to check. And Weiss,
Did the guy take your bet?
decent equity here.
Did he take your bet, the dude? Or no?
Yeah, we bet.
You guys bet? Nice. So you're gonna get cameras after? Or?
Cameras out.
The guy with the button and whatever,
No, he didn't bet.
he didn't bet?
No.
Weiss out of the way. Talal's going to scoop this one.
Didn't we see Phil Ivey at the finals
thought you were talking about
courtside
NBA.
some game? Do you remember that?
I know there's pictures of him courtside, I think at the Lakers game.
Yeah,
But I don't know if it was finals or not.
Okay. I thought I remember seeing him at some big
hand?
I mean, I wouldn't
NBA
doubt
game.
it. He loves sports. He'll go to
biggest.
some of the biggest events.
It was all right.
He's obviously
Enough
got
to
the
bet.
pull in the pockets to be able to sit as close as humanly possible. So
True.
Folded a queen there.
I know
Big
that
lay
one
down.
of my favorite things to do. I'm a big UFC watcher. I love watching, the big boxing fights as well. Just always scanning the crowd. Like the first, let's say 2 to 12 rows. I've seen Ivy out there plenty. I've seen Nick Schulman
Really?
in there as well.
Nice.
Specifically for boxing. I know Nick is obviously a huge boxing guy. But have seen them out there for the various big fights, especially here in Vegas. And you can see a lot of other celebrities, but I'm a poker guy, so I'm always trying to look for the poker people. I've seen Jean-Robert Belland in those seats plenty of times, so always fun to try and pick people
Not
out.
too bad. Not too bad.
560.
600.
Shakerchi taking the ace, queen, jack, deuce up in the form of 600K raise here. Out of position against two players who have already V-pipped into this pot. Ivy working with a mystery hand, but Weiss didn't limp 6-4, 5-6 to fold. And Ivy now on the button, getting over 3-1. Probably is going to continue to, but I guess it matters on his holding.
Yo, can you scan your card?
Just quickly, Ali B asking, is this a new bracelet event or has it been around for a while? It's been around. In fact, last year's champion, David Eldridge, finished 24th this year.
Look, Ivy is, we all want Ivy to win. We're rooting for Ivy. Look, that energy is sending him the nuts because he flops the nuts once again. But notice, he's got to fade a 10. There's 3 10s left in the deck, and he's got to fade a flush draw by Weiss currently. But who knows if these guys even continue against a bet from Ivy. And these are not the boards that you check if you're Phil Ivey. And Phil Ivey has a couple other things working for him, too. He's got the 8-6. So if his opponent does have a big hand, he can also draw to a full house, which is helpful. But right now he's currently playing the 10-7, which is the nuts. So how big will Ivy want to go? Will he want to go pot to deny equity here?
Pot.
There it is. Talal gets out of the way. It's now back over to Weiss.
And Weiss here, right? You have a 5-high flush draw. You block a 6. You have a straight draw to the butt end. Really nothing else you can do but release.
Weiss does give it up, so more chips there for Phil Ivey. Dennis Weiss out of Germany has $345,000 in earnings ahead of this event, according to hendonmob.com. His biggest cash, $178,000, so he's close to getting a new all-time high. He recently finished 8th in the 10K PLO 8 or better event. That was the event that Phil Sternheimer won for his first bracelet. Just browsing around Weiss's Hendon Mob, he looks like predominantly a PLO player.
Yeah, he's got just 4 cashes this WSOP in pot limit games. Omaha 8 or better, he came 113th. Big O came 69th. The PLO high-low 8 or better, Big O, he came 11th, and then the 10K 8 or better, as you mentioned, 8th. Yep. So, yeah, it looks like he's a PLO specialist. Yeah.
Ace King 8-5 for Talal. Goes to 360.
So look, we can learn a lot from these guys because these are some of the world's best, and this is the highest stakes you're going to see, along with where they are at the stage in the tournament. 10 left, so it'll be really interesting to see how all these guys navigate because they're obviously phenomenal Pot-Limit Omaha players.
Queen 5-4, 2 diamonds. Both players check. 8 of diamonds on the turn.
So 8s and 5s for Shakerchi. Ajez does have an 8 himself with 1 diamond blocker. And it looks like as it goes check, check, he thinks Shakerchi could just have high cards, have no diamonds. So it looks like he's just going to try to start betting and folding out equity with his pair of 8s. And he does have some decent equity here. He can hit a 10 or a 9 on the river, or he can, of course, bluff Shakerchi off the best hand if that remains.
You know Ryan Garcia, speaking of boxing?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, he's in the chat.
Let's go, Mr.
Ivy
Garcia.
for the W.
Let's
What
go.
Ryan Garcia says.
Hopefully we do see him on the 100-200 game that we commentate
Yeah.
with JRB and
What's
Brian
up, Ryan?
Oken.
JRB said you were going to be showing up. Are you playing? Let's go. All you have to do is play like halfway decent poker, and you'll probably win in that game. Okay, so Ryan,
Yeah,
just
Ryan,
bring like your B game. You'll be good, man.
You can hit us up, Ryan. Hit me up if you want, a little rundown and some lessons against those guys before you show up too, and I'll help make sure you get tuned up for them.
This PokerGO stream is brought to you by our friends at True Classic. High quality, affordable clothes for men. Tops, bottoms, activewear, and more. I know the website is trueclassictees.com, but trust me when I tell you they have much more than just t-shirts. They got everything. It is very affordable. It is very, very, very comfortable. So check them out today. trueclassictees.com.
I was really feeling that music, and then they just brought in that like what
Ryan
kind of
said he's
instrument
gonna
is
hit
that?
you up.
All right, Ryan, let's go. I got you, buddy. I got you, man. I help you crush all these guys and all these cash games. I see you playing all this stuff.
He's made some runs in some WSOP events in recent years. I haven't seen him yet this year, but maybe we'll get him back out here battling. Maybe for the main, of course.
That's just the toughest tournament too, right? Like, talk about a test of your will and your power. Like, boxing matches go 12 rounds, 10 to 12 rounds, whatever. The main event is like a 100-round battle, 7-8 days of poker. It's just ridiculous. I've made it deep, Donnie, 3 times, top 100, just about 3 times, and that's day 5. You still got 2-3 more days to go. That's crazy. Okay, so Ivy does raise in first position, and we have Weiss defend the big blind with ace-5, deuce-3. We're making sure Ivy's cards get scanned.
How are we traveling? How are you traveling?
Ivy must have Martin Cabral's card reader over there. Jack 8 deuce, rainbow. Ryan Garcia, 566th in the 2023 WSOP main event.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. It is so hard to cash the main event. People have no idea. It is so hard to cash the main event, but that is quite the accomplishment if you do. And surely Ivey has to have a better hand than a pair of deuces, which is what Weiss is currently registering here. But the flop did go check, check, and Ivey still has an unknown hand. I'm assuming if he didn't have any showdown value now, he's going to have at least some kind of straight draw here, maybe a wrap or something if he's playing like Queen, King, Ace or something like that. But let's see. Goes check, check once again. And can a pair of deuces be good here, checking all the way to the river? Let's see what Weiss does. No blocker to any straight draw, so I can't imagine he wants to start bluffing, but he does have kind of a bottom barrel hand, and you could assume that Phil Ivey doesn't have Queen 9 here or anything else. So we do see Weiss grab chips to maybe get Ivey to fold something that's possibly beating Weiss right now, like a pair of queens or a pair of kings or maybe even a pair of aces. If we ever get to see Ivey's hand here.
Yeah, mystery hand. No big deal.
Yeah, we can try to speculate. And Ivey grabs chips, looks at his opponent, looks back at his hand, and puts in the chips to
Good
call.
call. I have a deuce. Nice hand.
Weiss says, good call. I have a deuce. So it's a couple of kings in the hand for Ivey. Looks like,
With a 10 blocker.
yeah, ace, king, king, 10. A very, very nice hand for Ivey there. Gets him another pot, and Ivey just continues to climb here on the feature table. Day 3 action of the 25K buy-in PLO High Roller. Gliding Guide said the whole room is empty. There are many tournaments happening here. There's a 1K PLO in this room. There is the final 2 tables of $1,500 freeze out. There is the 10K horse. I believe the PLO and the horse are both on dinner right now, so keep that into account.
Let's just see through the cards, this guy.
And also, you know, for anyone who hasn't been to the WSOP this year, it's spread out through 2 properties, 2, Caesars properties, the Paris and the Horseshoe. And then there's all kinds of happenings in all kinds of different rooms, right? You have the Paris with day 1 and other things. You have the event center, which normally hosts day 2, the final tables. And then you have some other rooms like the Normandy room, some other room where they hold like circuit events that the daily events might happen. So yeah, if anyone comes out to visit the WSOP, get ready to walk, because you might have to walk through a couple properties to see everybody and see everything, and then even find your event.
After that hand, you heard Ajez saying to, I think he was saying to Weiss that this guy just reads through your soul. He sees all the cards, referencing Ivey, right? So,
and I think the way Ivey played that hand is like it's a good lesson for us in showing like, hey, you don't have to always bet in these games. You can check and then bluff catch when you have these kind of good holdings that have some interaction with the board but aren't nutted. So it's just very interesting to see the different strategies you can have when you play poker.
Jack 9-3 here between Sinishtaj and Ivey. Ivey defended out of the big blind. Straight and flush draws here for Sinishtaj. Does go check, check. 3 of spades on the turn. Pairs the board.
Ivey holding the lead, but he doesn't have a lot working with his hand other than King Jack, so he does opt to check. And you could say the same for Cine, only with the 7-8 of diamonds here. Does he want to start bluffing? And look at Ivey, quick glance over at his opponent, measuring the bet size, measuring what he wants to do. I don't know if we'll see anything but a call here. Folding is, of course, an option.
And he does opt to just lay it down.
And the 3 is just a really good card for the in-position player there if the opponent did check back queens, kings, aces. And Ivey doesn't have any added equity, so he'd only be able to really improve with a jack. So that's why you see Ivey fold the best hand there. It looked like, oh, what are you doing? You're folding king-jack. It's like your hand kind of sucks in the overall scope of things if our opponent does have any connection to this board as well.
Appreciate everyone who is tuning in, whether you're watching on PokerGo.com or on the PokerGo YouTube channel. I would like to do something that I normally do on these
What's
streams.
that?
The
What's that?
LWB check.
Oh,
my version
the famous,
of the ASL.
The famous.
My version of the ASL. And what this
course.
means is location, weather, and beverage. If you are somebody about my age, right, you were probably in chat rooms back in the day. You were going ASL, 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 right? When you were trying to talk to all the honeys out there. Like, that's how it was. Well, this is the new version of that.
You were hoping they were honeys,
Yeah, exactly.
Donnie.
I mean, you had no idea. I mean, let's be honest. Who the heck knows? But LWB, so drop it. Drop your location, drop your weather, and drop the beverage that you're drinking. Hit us with it now in the chats. Let's go.
Just so you guys know, location Las Vegas, weather, I don't know, maybe it's 88 degrees now. The sun's
88?
dropping. The sun's
Over.
dropping.
It's 188.
Okay.
Good Lord,
The sun
man.
is
It's
left.
so hot out
When
there.
the sun goes away, it's not that hot anymore. But I'm drinking water, by the way. Guys, stay hydrated.
We got Eric, Sahara, snowing and water. Toronto, indoors, H2O. Chicago, 71 degrees and a Sapporo.
Sapporo.
London, sunrise, cup of tea.
Ooh, I like
San
that.
Francisco, sunny water. Cyprus, 6 a.m. in bed. Yeah, but what's the weather, man? And what are you drinking? Let's go. Miami, 79 and humid. Water. Over on the PokerGo chat. Maryland, rainy milk. Chico, it's hot outside. and water. Indiana, 70 degrees. Pepsi. Appreciate you guys.
Now, thank you everyone for joining. You guys are awesome, and thanks Donnie for manning the ship here. He doesn't get enough credit for everything he does. He's all over the place the whole summer. I'll keep big upping you, Donnie, because I know everything you do. But yeah, appreciate you, man.
I appreciate it. I really do.
And more of what you do.
If people want to hear more of me
Yeah.
yap away, listen to the PokerGo podcast. Let's go, people. News, results, behind-the-scenes content, all from the WSOP. My co-host Tim Duckworth and I, we record the PokerGo podcast, both audio and video, every single night here from the World Series of Poker. So you can watch it on the PokerGo YouTube channel. Yes, you can also listen to it on wherever you listen to your podcast. That is the PokerGo podcast. Just to give you a little insight as to what we kind of talk about on there, on last night's episode, I talked about how I was out there in the hallway and I saw Big Huni jump over a security guard and shove Martin Cabral.
What?
That happened.
No way.
Yesterday.
I'm going to have to listen
Yes.
to the podcast to get that scoop then. Well, okay, I won't. Yeah, good. But yeah, amongst everything that Donnie does, Donnie will work from 10 in the morning to midnight, and then him and Tim, who's working all day too, mind you, will then go record the podcast at 1 in the morning. So these guys are animals. They're beasts. They never stop. Yeah, well, I want to hear more about that too, Donnie. We'll wait. We'll look
I
at
don't even
these
really know
hands.
what happened. Big Huni busted this event, was just kind of hanging out on the side. Martin came over and started talking to him. Big Huni's like, I don't want to talk to you, man. I don't want to talk to you. But Martin, you know, being Martin, kept going, and Huni just had enough. It's like, get out of my face, man. Kind of shoved him back.
We have some big hands here. Hooney's a big guy, but we got some big hands here, right? Well, look at this. We got Shakerchi in the small blind with aces, ace jack, deuce three double suited. We got Sini with ace king queen 9 double suited. Ajez limped a king jack jack 7 double suited. But with all that money in the pot, that lets Sini put in a very big raise here. So how will these guys want to respond to this?
Well, we do lose Ajez. We're also going to lose Weiss here.
Oh my God.
Ivy's
I know
out
they'll
and
fold, I call.
Talal quickly folds.
Sini can't believe it.
That's the problem. That is the problem.
Definitely.
I was like, if I call, they all call. I'm in a pickle.
Unless you hit it.
If I was in Ivey's spot, I would have snapped with my hand, but
So here, I mean, look, these are nuggets. These are nuggets of valuable information on how to play Pot-Limit Omaha. Like, these guys are some of the world's best, and
best
they're just
squeeze
telling
of the
us,
day.
like,
Thank you.
Yeah.
how the power of position and bet size
Aces
really
help.
kind of work.
Still 10 players remaining here in this $25,000 buy-in PLO High Roller at the 2025 World Series of Poker. 2 tables
So
of
one of
5.
these 2 guys are coming along for sure.
Or what?
I thought one of the 2 guys were coming along for sure. Behind me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe Jimmy Bluffett, our champion moderator, asked earlier, and I missed it, so sorry, Jimmy. But we will combine
We
at
almost
9.
had a
So
pair
once
of
we lose
nines.
one more table, or one more player, they're going to combine at 9.
Ivey now kind of creating a little distance from the pack. Almost has 3 million more than any other competitor here. So we're going to see him start to be a little more aggressive as we lean into a final table. The Queen 998 with a suit, raising it up from the cutoff.
Ajez going to defend here out of the big blind, 10-8, 7 deuce.
And look at
Jack,
that.
Jack 9, full house for Ivey. And Ajez has a little bit of a wrap here. Maybe some emergency backdoor clubs. I wouldn't put a ton of weight into that, but still there. And Ivey's just going to check it back here. 10 of clubs. Now that's a straight for Ajez. Also, those clubs are working now. Ivey still, of course, has
Now
the
notice,
full house.
does turn a straight, butt end of a straight. He's losing to Queen 8. He's losing to Queen King. And they're just both checking it. But surely maybe, I don't know. Will Ajez want to just keep checking? He loses to Ace Queen now. If Ivey happened to have pocket kings, he's losing now too. So he does check it. And now, Ivey, you can't wait any longer. We've been waiting for you to bet your full house. Now you got to bet it, of course, on the river.
$500K, just under half pot here from Ivey.
And Ajez with just a pure stone cold bluff catcher at this point. You can't really think of many hands Ivey's going to bet here. And wow,
Good fold.
great fold. Again, masterclass in PLO here.
Kind of a bad run out, at least on the river for Ivey, because he could play a hand that has combinations of ace queen in it like that, and Ajez can just then check fold the river. So maybe if 4 rolls off on the end or something, then Ajez maybe pays it off.
You know, I was wondering how Ivey was going to play here. I love to relate things in Hold'em to PLO because I feel like a lot of our viewers maybe watch more Hold'em and then PLO. When you have a full house and no limit Hold'em, you want to slow play it pretty regularly because you normally just have your opponent drawing dead. In Pot-Limit Omaha, that's not the case, right? On Jack, Jack 9, when you have 2 9s, if your opponent has a Jack in their hand, they still have a lot of equity to beat your full house. So I think Ivey might have been a little too conservative in that hand, and if he wanted to go for value, the turn was probably the best place to do so. And like you said, the run out kind of hurt him in losing value there. Now, maybe in Ivey's shoes, he doesn't want to get check raise on the turn and have to fold his full house because he's losing to Jack 10, he's losing to 10s full. But again, when you're only losing to 3 or 4 combos or 4 to 6 combos, maybe it's just best to go ahead and start building your value range at that point.
Ivey came in with the raise here, 440. His high stakes buddy, Talal Shakerchi, called in position. It's over to Weiss now in the big blind. He's out of the way. I mean, we can see that Ivey is putting his cards. Yeah, it just looks like a little bit of an issue with the reader. You do have to fan them out for the RFIDs. You can't just stack them and put them on the reader. So initially have to fan them, allow it to read for a second, and then you can stack them back together. 10-8-8.
Yep.
Ivey's got the best hand with 2 pair, but
Big flop
favors
equity-wise both.
Shakerchi.
Yeah.
Check, check, 5 of clubs. Ivey now has a flush draw to go along with 2 pair, so the equity swings back his way. And you're going to see this a lot, as Tristan mentioned at the top of the show. Equity's kind of yo-yoing all over the place on the tournament
Played down
card.
to 5, but I'm not sure that's actually happening.
And Shakerchi, even with no like kind of showdown value leading into the river, he just keeps checking with his open-ended straight draw, and Ivey is going to lose to the river here.
After this level.
Doesn't want to show his hand. Shakerchi's like, I got an ace.
Nice.
So something that I do want to point out there, and it also happened on a hand earlier between these two. Talal showed down the winner earlier, and Ivey like quickly tabled his hand, but then when he saw Talal just willing to show his hand right away, Ivey kind of quickly grabbed his own hand and turned it back over. And there, Ivey didn't want to show, even though technically he has to show first because he's first to act. You know, but Talal, I don't think Talal cares that much. He just kind of turned his hand over. But Ivey, I don't think he wants anyone to know what he's doing, what his cards are, so he's going to try and conceal that information if he can. So he's going to maybe be a little bit slower turning it over, and then if Talal just tables his hand, Ivey will just muck, right? So, you know, just kind of keep an eye on that the other players at the table can't get information on Ivey, you know, in spots with Talal. Talal's just going to quickly table his hand. Just interesting little nugget there that I picked up on.
And that's kind of like, I think that leans into like the old school gambler mentality where you like try to keep your edge, and you know, if the table's going to let me get away with something, then I'm going to do it, right? I normally, if I'm in a showdown, I want to see what you had. Go ahead, show me your hand, and then I'll show my hand. But we see Ivey kind of, you know, maybe getting away with some stuff there. Not that it's too egregious. If nobody cares, you know, it's no problem. But to Donnie's point, yeah, there's a little old school gambling there. That look, we're 10 left in a huge tournament. I'm not giving you guys an inch.
Yep.
This is some MJ-esque type competitive mentality there.
Another celebrity in the chat, Joey Ingram. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
The Poppy GTO.
Hopefully it's lucky water. It is lucky water. Yeah.
The legend.
King 6. Ivey flops 2 pair here, kings and 6s, but Weiss has plenty of equity with all those overcards.
Yeah, so these are boards where Ivey could do some floating and maybe try to win this pot. But, you know, typically it's going to go to the range advantage player who leads first.
We're about to pass 200 likes on the YouTube video. 2,000 likes. Past 200, way long ago. Let's go. Get us up over 2,000. If we get to 3,000 likes on the video, I'm going to do a giveaway. Okay, how about that? 3,000 likes on the YouTube video, I will do a giveaway for the YouTube chat. I will also do a giveaway for the PokerGO.com chat. So YouTube people, you control the fate of both chats. If you get us up to 3,000, we'll do a little giveaway. Might do some more giveaways throughout the night, depending on how long this thing goes and how interactive you guys are.
Now, when you talk about giveaways, Donnie, are you talking about like a dinner with Ivey, or are you?
I don't think Ivey would agree to that. As much as I want to give that away, if I just walked up to Ivey on the break, I was like, "Hey, buddy, by the way, Jim Bob 3700 in the YouTube chat. You got to go to, you know, Jack Binion's Steakhouse with him. Sorry, man. He might punch me."
My big hoonie you.
Exactly.
Okay, but you got some swag. You got some PokerGO swag.
I think for the first one we'll do a $15 gift card to the PokerGO shop online. So we'll do one for the YouTube chat and one for the PokerGO.com chat. Again, got to get the YouTube chat or the YouTube stream up to 3,000 likes.
All right, in chat, I'll keep needling Donnie to make sure he gives some good stuff away too. I don't know if we'll get the dinner with Ivey, but maybe you could get the dinner with Donnie.
Yeah, why not?
There you go. I'll pay for it. How about that? I'll pay for the dinner with you and a contestant if we want to give that away. Just throwing that out there. Just throwing that out there. I know that might be hard to arrange because we got worldwide chat in here, and we're trying to, you know.
Somebody from Belgium wins.
Yeah. I have to Uber Eats their dinner to them in Belgium, and then Uber Eats Donnie, and then we can set up a Zoom call or something. I don't know, but we'll sort it out.
Ajez here. Jack 10, 8-5 double. Makes it 5-55. And aces for Weiss.
With the suit. Always important that the aces have a suit.
He announces a pot-sized re-raise here.
1.665.
It's a bit more than that.
Plus those.
1665 plus the blinds, yeah.
And so everyone is aware, I know I haven't said it so far, but there is a big blind ante in play, but the big blind ante does not count towards the pot pre-flop. It gets included after the flop, but it's kind of normal PLO rules where there's normally just a small blind and a big blind.
Ivey ended up having to fold King, Queen, Jack 9 double suited, which is typically a powerhouse of a hand. But he knows he'd be up against aces, so he just easy fold. And now in these spots for Ajez, he knows he's up against aces here most likely. And he also knows he's got a pretty good hand to crack it. I don't know what that was.
I really hope that was Ivey's phone. 'Cause he pulled his phone out, so I really hope that was Ivey's phone.
Maybe that was one of his sports better friends from the Pacers saying, look, we won game 6.
Ajez makes the call, Queen, Queen 6 with a couple of hearts. Both players have hearts. Weiss, of course, has the ace-high hearts.
And if you have aces, you're a little concerned about the queen-queen nature of this board, but you have backup with your hearts, and you have obviously have the 2 aces left in the deck to give you a superior full house. It's just how do you want to proceed? You almost have pot left.
1.2 million.
So we see kind of a quarter pot bet here, more or less. And he's basically saying, he's basically giving a little rope to Ajez, saying, look, if you want to get all in with a hand like you have,
All in.
I'll let you do it. And Weiss doesn't love this because he should be up against a queen here pretty regularly, but I can't imagine he ever wants to fold now. You still have a lot of equity against just a queen. Let's say your opponent has like queen, jack, king, 10 or something. You can hit a heart, you can hit an ace. So you're still going to have over 30% equity here. And look how big this pot is. It's massive.
2.7 to 0.8.
We haven't had it upgraded yet, but
Weiss calls. Ajez says shit.
Oh, that's beautiful. Let's go.
And Ajez is now, I mean, you do not see this kind of equity in an all-in Pot-Limit Omaha hand. 90% to win this.
Good luck.
Ajez basically needs runner to make a straight. Or I think he has backdoor spades.
He does have backdoor spades,
cool.
yes. Backdoor spades, backdoor straight draws here.
If a heart comes,
Guess
it's
it could
over.
also come 10-10 or Jack-Jack,
Exactly.
something like that.
Exactly.
So, I mean, basically, he just needs backdoors. He needs turn and river.
Runner or spade?
Yep. Runner.
Or a sweat.
Good luck, mate.
Rooting for it.
And this is, again, why we talk about drawing to the nuts in PLO.
No sweat.
No sweat.
10 of
Oh,
hearts.
no. Straight flush out. Oh, my God.
The 9 of hearts working, going into the
Swap
river.
those around. Swap
King
those
of
around.
spades.
More fun. How much?
Ace-high flush there for Weiss.
And that is a massive, massive hand. And pot.
Yeah, and with that,
flush
that
draw,
pot, he's up over 12.2 million. He takes the table chip lead, and Ajez goes tumbling down to 2.3 million.
And yeah, that's pretty unlucky for Ajez. Like, you know your opponent has aces, you just hope they don't have hearts with it, basically.
See Sean Deeb there, Jason Mercier, Brad Owen all in a row. They are playing the 10K Horse Championship. Had 207 entries in that field. Big Uni, there he is.
He didn't get banned
there
from Caesars.
There he is. He's still here, baby. Don't be talking any smack to him because he'll come find you. NAPT Las Vegas is back at Resorts World for a 3rd year in a row, November 3rd through 12th. They got a 50K high roller on the schedule. They got a 5K main event. They also have a 1K PokerStars Open and a 1K women's high roller. Again, that's at Resorts World in early November. PokerStars players in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, and Ontario have a chance to win their way to the NAPT. Just check out your local PokerStars platform for ways to win. One of the best stops on the tournament circuit every year, the NAPT. I'm so happy they brought it back. I've been the past 2 years.
Yeah,
the Resorts World venue is pretty great as well, so a lot of fun there.
Yeah.
You were there last year.
I was there.
You.
Yeah, I was there. Played the main event, played the high roller, had a lot of fun. Not much success, but fun was had, and love to see PokerStars bringing events back to North America. They do a really good job of running events too, so it's awesome for poker to get everyone just on board with one another, right? Like,
for sure.
I know there's a lot of competition in this world of poker, but we need good operators and we need people to work together. We need the casinos and everyone to work together. So yeah, it's pretty awesome to see that. As we see Ivey come with a limp from the cutoff. So interesting, right? Interesting to see just shifting strategies at this point. We don't want to play massive pots. We kind of want to chip away. We know we're one elimination away from coming together at a final table. So it looks like Ivey's strategy is maybe not to play a whole lot of massive pots here. And he does have kind of a crappy hand when you look at the ace-4-6 deuce.
Jack 10-3, rainbow, 4 players in action. Action checks around pretty quickly. 5 of diamonds on the turn.
Big turn card here for Talal. Makes a 10s up, 10s and 5s, but more importantly, drawing to the nut diamonds. So his hand's probably worth a bet if checked to. But Ivey's
got
is
a wrap
taking
here.
his wrap to the streets. And this is a little delayed aggression. And Talal, even though he has a best hand, he's got a very vulnerable hand because Ivey could have a hand like 10s or jacks or jack 10 that wanted to see a clear equity turn card before he decided to pile money in. But I don't imagine Talal is going to fold with the nut diamonds in his hand as well.
Sinishtaj out of the way. Ajez now. He's got 10s and 3s. Also has straight draw with that 6-7. And he might be thinking now, listen, I just lost that massive pot. I'm pretty short. Do I just kind of gamble it up here and try and spin it back?
I feel like against a pot bet and another call, it is quite the gamble with 10s and 3s here. But I don't know. You're right. What does he want to do? I do not know.
He does get out of the way. So we're going to leave this one heads up between Ivey and Shakerchi.
I do think that is a good fold, given that really your only clean out is a 4 to make a 6-7 straight. And Boomska.
7 of diamonds.
There it
Ivey
is.
with that 6-4, making a 7 high straight. Another favorable river for Ivey, and he's going to check.
Notice it's not the nuts. 8-9 would be the nuts, and Ivey with no interaction to an 8 or 9 does end up checking. He says straight. Show the 6-4.
Talal's kind of like, wait, what? Like, come on, man.
Talal just, I mean, honestly, Talal had one of the best hands to be up against for Ivey right there with his nut diamonds along with 2 pair.
Made the wrong fold, but got rewarded.
10's up.
Depends what my friend had over here.
No, you made the right fold because your 2 pair was behind.
Yeah.
But he didn't see Talal's hand, so he thinks that he was ahead.
Welcome back.
And as we listen to Talal and Ivey real quick,
Wrapped without the diamonds. Good luck, everyone. You're folding it.
you can see there's a little friendship there, it seems like.
I mean, they for sure have played 2K, 4K, 3K, 6K, 4K, 8K cash games 100% together. So, you know, there's a lot of familiarity there between Ivey and Talal.
And a little strategy talk, too. Talal saying, like, you would have folded that if I raised you. Sini looking serious on the button here. Comes with full pot. And Ajez with a decent hand against the button open, but no suit.
So he's just going to try and get his money in here is Ajez. Oftentimes in PLO, you see these guys have hands like ace, king, ace, queen, leverage those high cards to block the aces and the kings of your opponent and just go with it.
Excuse me, earlier I said Cindy potted it. He didn't pot it, but he nearly potted it. But he more 3x'd
Really
it
go
here.
with that on the turn.
10 seconds.
I shove. Shove him. One card to come.
Ivy folds the turn for sure.
Of course he does.
He's got no diamonds.
But it's really hard for Talal to shove the turn there into 2 other opponents behind. But we are going to see a flop here, Donnie. We do got two formidable holdings here, but a 52-40% since these guys have a lot of interaction in the same cards here. 10-9 specifically. But they can kind of make the same straights if the board runs out the same. But
King
no.
4-3. Very, very favorable for Ajez.
Look at Cindy laughing because he knows this is about the worst flop. I have nothing.
But it's only 365K to call, so Sinishtaj does make the call. Ajez is going to be on the ropes here, but he's looking pretty good to bounce back off.
Right?
That's all you need, right? Yeah.
95% favorite is Ajez to get the double up.
All right, so all you watchers there, the viewers, what cards does Cindy need to hit to pick up equity, right? This is what you need to ask yourself when you watch these kind of hands. A jack would be a really good turn card for him. A pair would help. But notice he has interaction with Ajez's pairs. So queen or deuce or jack, but that is 100% check mark, my friend.
6 of clubs on the turn, locks it up. 4 diamonds on the river, completes the board. So Ajez gets up to 4.4 million with that double. Sinishtaj is going to be left with 6.4 million.
Thank you.
Nice hand.
Nice hand. Wonderful.
Put it in dead, won the flip.
Still 10-handed here in the $25,000 PLO High
still
Roller
alive.
at the 2025 World Series of Poker. We began today's live stream with 13 players remaining from a field of 489 entries. We lost Aaron Kupin in 13th place. Scott Bohlman went out in 12th. Bryn Kenney in 11th. That brings us down to the final 10 here. That man right there, Mr. Phil Ivey, is in line for his 12th WSOP gold bracelet.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
All right, Chad, I got another question for you guys.
Yeah, double suited. Yeah.
Let's see if you guys want to be fun and engaging. Who's the toughest player, do you think, to play against in PLO? There are obviously plenty of greats in this game. A couple of those greats are here in this tournament. Ivey is, of course, an all-time great player. Ben Lamb is also still in the mix. He's on the outer table. He's one of the absolute best when it comes to PLO.
He really is. Player of
Jeremy
the year from
Osmus is so
WSOP.
good.
Jeremy
Daniel
Osmus,
Negreanu
yeah.
is so good. There are just a ton of great PLO players. Who's the best? Who is the best PLO player in your opinion? Let us know.
Dylan
Wiseman.
Dylan Wiseman. I just saw him
Crusher.
run deep in another PLO event. I'm in my head when I'm looking through these results. I'm like, this guy is just phenomenal. You know, one of my old enemies. I don't want to say enemy. It's too strong of a word. But one of my old battle mates in online street, Sean Deeb. He just somehow is always.
I mean, two of the people that we
around.
showed on the screen not too long ago, Jason Mercier and Sean Deeb.
Jason Mercier,
right?
Yeah.
Two of the best.
Oh my God. So, man, there's just so many good poker players out there.
Keep doing it.
So many good poker players, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Shout out to one of my good friends, Stuart Patterson, the donator, one of the best Omaha 8 or better tournament, or 8 or better players you might have never heard of, but doesn't really come out to the WSOP.
That is 450.
3 ways here on the Ace Jack 7. Action checked over to Ajez. Comes with 450,000. Ajez was the pre-flop raiser, made it 325. Weiss called. Ivey called. Everyone flops an ace.
10 seconds.
Call.
Weiss is going to call here. Ivey gets out of the way.
Heads up.
Seen a lot of Phil Galthon mentions in the
right,
chats.
of
We
course.
forgot to mention him. Our fault there. Of course, he is one of the absolute best, if not the best. The Finns, you know, you got Joni Jukamainen, you got Elias Parsonen.
I'm sure there's a lot of guys we don't even know.
Oh, for sure.
And look at this huge turn card for Weiss as he turns a set. Both players were playing ace-king on the flop. Ajez had a straight draw with the king-10 working. Gets turned nearly dead. But look at that. The queen saves him here. And will he be able to squeeze out some value here? Will Weiss want to continue checking the river with the flush and straights present? He does. And now will Ajez want to try to go for value? 2 million in the middle. And we've made Broadway.
Have a set now? Eights?
No good.
No good
No good.
against the king-10 Broadway straight for Ajez.
Ace, king, 10.
So Ajez just got that double up.
Nice hand.
He wins this pot here. So
Likewise.
he's trying to spin it back.
We both had the same hand and we both outdrew each other. I outdrew the important part, the river.
Keep those responses coming in. Best PLO player in your opinion. And allow me to tell you about Play Poker Go, where the action never stops. Jump into free online poker today. It only takes about 30 seconds or so to get signed up, and maybe another 15 seconds to get into a game. They got ring games, they got tournaments. They also have new, no gamble, no future themed sit and goes. You spin the wheel of gain. That'll tell you what you're playing for, and then you can go to battle with your opponents. No deposits, no bots, no gimmicks, just pure, authentic, and free. Emphasis on free, guys. Free online poker. PlayPokerGo.com, or you can find it on iOS and Android. Check it out today. Jimmy Bluffett asked, where is Victor Malinowski? I don't know. I haven't really seen him at all at the WSOP.
Okay, Ajez in position with the ace-king 10-6 on the cutoff is going to continue.
Noodle Roo said, I got to call this out. He said, Donnie calling Kuhn, Negreanu, Deeb, and Osmus the best PLO players in the world really shows his knowledge. Well, this really shows your listening ability, because I did not utter Jason Kuhn's name at all. I did not, okay? I said Ivey. I said Ben Lamb. I said Jeremy Osmus. I said Negreanu. I'm just trying to drive some engagement, man. Come on, give me a break.
Everybody?
Give him a
That's another
break. Come
tutorial.
on.
I mean, come on.
All of us?
I got a job to do.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You have many jobs to do, and these guys have a job to do too. As we see Ivey with kings in a multi-way pot. He does have hearts working. Cine with some connection here, an 8 and a 7, so he's got 2 pair. And Talal and Ajez not working with much, although Ajez does have a gut shot, along with Talal having a gut shot. And just like that, that is the nuts for Mr. Ivey, which I feel like that's becoming a regular thing for me to say.
He's definitely
right
made
now.
some hands. I mean, it's hard enough to play against Phil Ivey. And then he's hit multiple rivers here. He's doing this, turning the nut flush. I mean, it's really been Ivey's day.
But these are kind of awkward scenarios, because once you start betting against multiple opponents, they know you're not bluffing, right? So Ajez here with ace-king, it's just an easy fold. Doesn't matter. And these are good pickups, though, for Phil Ivey. There's really not much else you can do. You hope your opponent has a queen-high flush there. You're going to make one bet, maybe. But, yeah, sometimes you're just happy to win the pot and not see an equity or showdown shifting card on the river that makes you lose 2 or 3 million chips.
Brian Wills with a $5 donation to the YouTube chat asked if we could do the rest of the stream with that groovy music playing in the background. That's a question for producer Aiden in the back. All right, they put the music in.
Look, we have some music ability here, right?
I mean, I don't get it in.
We can make our own music. I could do some.
Probably goes check, check, flop.
I can't sing, but you know, I could come up with something, Donnie. We need some maybe Phil Ivey music.
Phil Ivey music. The chat needs to work on getting us up to 3,000 likes, okay? That's what needs to happen. When we get to 3,000 likes in the YouTube video, we're going to be doing a giveaway to the YouTube chat and to PokerGo.com chat. A $15 gift card to the PokerGo shop for each chats.
For the East and for the West.
Yeah, for the East and for the West. Let's go.
Okay, so we see Weiss with a limp, with double paired hand. Ivey limping the button. Shakerchi coming in the small blind, and Cine in the big blind. He says pot. He must have a big holding here. Aces, maybe like some ace, king, queen, X double suited, some ace, queen, 10X double suited type holding.
How much is it? Oh, I'm sorry.
Maybe even kings, although I sometimes think like kings without an ace present in their hand doesn't want to always build a pot in this scenario, but you know, we'll see. Hopefully we get these hands on the card reader, and it looks like we're gonna, Weiss wants to take his double paired hand to the flop.
Calls 800.
And will this allow the chip leader Ivey to come in? No, he must have had a pretty poor holding. And Shakerchi not drawing to the nuts here, leaves as well.
Heads up. Heads up, Julian.
And kings with a suit. Okay, so it was strong enough for him to isolate.
Ace 7, 4, set of sevens for Weiss.
I didn't even see that initially. I was just thinking of the range advantage Cine has along with the 4, 5, 6, 7 working for him. So he does just pot it. And now here with second set, you don't love it, but you have to ask yourself, would my opponent really take top set and just pot it into me here? Or could they have kings with a flush draw or whatever?
No, it's 2 million. I said 1.9.
So, you know, you got to feel a little more comfortable when your opponent just pots it, because maybe they wouldn't pot it with top set here. And so Weiss is probably just going to get this in. And I don't know what Cine's going to do in the face of a raise if that's what happens here.
160.
I would imagine he just gets his money in betting such a high percentage of your stack. You know, put 2 million in, you got 3 million behind.
Maybe, maybe. You're going to be up against a very strong holding if your opponent pots it back, and you don't have much else working aside from the 4, 5, 6, 7.
So there is the pot from Weiss.
Oh, he does call. Okay,
Sinishtaj does call, kind of with a shrug there, like, you know, what am I going to do? Let's run it.
Oh, open-ended. Yeah. Good luck, mate.
Yep, thanks.
And Weiss a little surprised, no flush draw. Oh, you're just open-ended. So a king, a 3, or an 8 immediately working. And this is a massive pot, 12.2 million.
Clubs? Oh, backdoor clubs as well.
Backdoor clubs, so that maybe could have been the X factor there for Cine. Backdoor clubs is a factor that does add about 5% equity or so.
Make it sweaty.
Hey, it's enough of a sweat for my taste.
You look sure, thanks.
But I like this guy.
Well, Weiss doesn't want to sweat anymore. He's got the best of it right now, just needs to hold. And how about that?
Oh my God, quad 7.
Quads!
You too, brother.
Good luck, mate.
He didn't want to sweat, he doesn't get a sweat. Boom, quads on the turn. Sinishtaj is drawing dead, and we are going to lose him in 10th place for $134,000.
All the players got to love that. Let's combine. We're at the final table. The strategies are going to change now.
So final 9 now, as Tristan just mentioned. We're going to rack them up. We're going to move them up to 1 table. Also a pay jump was achieved. The players are now guaranteed $170,000.
Wow, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. That's 7x you're buying.
You know what my problem is? I just don't believe you.
Let's see what this footballer is made out of.
I'm an aggressive player.
Stop showing off, mate.
Are you kidding me?
Anything can happen in a big game on tour.
Welcome back, everyone. PokerGo's 2025 WSOP coverage highlighted today by the 25K PLO High Roller, the leaderboard for the final 9 players presented by PokerStars. Dennis Weiss up to $17.5 million, the chip leader. And look at that man in second place, the legendary name, Phil Ivey. Almost $14 million for Ivey as he is on a quest for gold bracelet number 12. We also got Ben Lamb joining the mix. We got Mickey Duek up here. Lautaro Guerra gets up to this table as well. Let's go.
560.
And
Players are
immediately-
guaranteed $170,000 playing for almost $2.3 million up top.
Yeah, immediately we just see an entrance into the pot with the announcement of pot by the ace-3, 9-10 double suited.
That is Lautaro Guerra. He won the first ever PGT PLO series. He came into that series kind of as an unknown player. You know, he was known in like the deep PLO circles. He cashed in 3 events as part of that series. He won all 3 of the events that he cashed in. Exited the series with about $1 million in earnings. Welcome to the show,
Won
sir.
all 3
yeah.
that he cashed.
And one
in.
of the ones that he won was the finale, the 25K buy-in.
It's hard enough to win 1 tournament, but you're telling me the guy won 3 in a row.
Yeah. Crazy stuff. Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff.
Who had the aces? You didn't want to fold them?
I don't think you should.
All right, YouTube chat, 2,800 likes. We got to get up to 3,000 if
You
you
did
want
think
me
about
to
it
do
for
a
a few
giveaway.
seconds.
I don't know what you're
had,
waiting for. Phil
the
Ivey
house,
is
so you
at a
thought I'd
final
probably just have
table.
a queen if you
Let's
had the
go.
house, right?
Come on.
And we see the players speaking on some of the strategy of the last holding that for the 10th place.
I was pretty happy
finisher.
to see him tank. I was like, "Ooh, okay.
I love the overview of this camera angle because you get to see all the chips, and
He
it's
then
just
proceeded to stack out Buddy George.
really
See, I'll tell
nice.
you that I do love
Quads.
it. I also have a little bit of
Quads?
PTSD
Quads.
when it comes to it
Well,
because
set
several
and then
times here at the
normally
World
quads.
Series of Poker, not this year, but past years, I've been alongside Remco Rinkema, and we've had to do coverage basically just from that view.
Oh, okay. So you got trauma. You got trauma. from
One
that.
time specifically, there were no hole cards. We did a lot of that view in, I believe it was stud high-low.
Oh my God.
I mean,
That's
it was both awesome and torturous all at the same time.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, we did hit 3,000 likes on the YouTube channel. That means I owe you guys a $15 gift card to the PokerGO shop giveaway in both chats. We will do that in 1 second. Now, on YouTube, I believe you have to be a subscriber to the YouTube channel in order to chat. So if you're not a subscriber to the YouTube channel now, make sure you subscribe so that when I ask the question in a minute, you can chat, because that is how you're going to enter.
Okay, so notice we are now at a final table of 9. The stacks are varying, right? We have some players with 20 bigs, some with 30. We have a couple chip leaders in Weiss and Ivey with massive stacks. So just notice how the structure of this final table and how the flow of it's going to change, right? Some of the middle stacks want some of the weaker stacks to bust so we can get some pay jumps. But it is Pot-Limit Omaha. You do get 4 cards, and there's a lot of action in this game. So I'm very interested to see how this final table will play out. I mean, surely we're not going to enter the pot with the 7-5, the Jack 7-5 deuce, but you never know. Okay. Maybe there's just some players getting their bearings. You know, whenever I start at a new table, it takes a little adjustment period to make sure you see everyone's stacks, to see
I
who
almost
you're playing.
hate when I get moved to a new table, getting dealt a playable hand early. Because like you're entering unknown waters, right? You just get in there and you're like, okay, I don't really know how these guys play. I don't really know what's going on. I almost would rather just kind of fold for like a rotation and see how everything is happening. But you get there, you sit down, you just see the ace jack. You're like, well, here we go, raise,
Yeah.
3-bet. Well, I got no idea if this guy's super tight, if he's loose, what the heck is happening.
It's true, yeah. You just don't know the table dynamics. There is no dynamic, right?
Yeah.
You guys just all sat here, so you don't really know what's going to happen. So, yeah. So there is a little bit of a feeling out period, we should call it. But, you know, like to what you said, Donnie, sometimes you just pick up your hands and you have a big hand and it's like, we can't figure this out. It's time to play. And in this game, so many hands are worthwhile to play. You just don't really have the patience or the time to wait. But we will see, you know, we will see, again, how these players want to adjust.
Don't fold.
All right, guys, so here is the question in order for you to enter the giveaway for one of the two $15 gift cards. We're giving one away to the YouTube chat, one away to the PokerGo.com chat. The question is, if you could build a Mount Rushmore of WSOP legends, who's on it? Give me 4 names and 4 names only. There's really no right or wrong answer, but this is how you will officially enter the giveaway. So drop that in the YouTube chat, drop that in the PokerGo chat. Again, it is your Mount Rushmore of WSOP legends, 4 names. I want to see it. In a little bit, we'll play a couple hands here, and then we will draw the 2 winners.
Mount Rushmore of WSOP players. Okay, that's a good one.
Which is it? 460.
Some formidable
I mean,
hands.
I'm going just the top 4. I'm going.
Well, you're
Helmuth.
gonna say your top 4?
Yeah.
You're not. Doesn't it skew the results?
No, they can do whatever they want.
Okay. Let's see. So Helmuth up top.
You think I really changed the minds of these people?
Oh.
These people are all lunatics.
You
I mean,
guys
come on.
hear that? What Donnie's saying about you guys?
Trust me, me and the chat have a love-hate relationship, okay?
I got
This
you.
is just how it is.
Okay,
I'm going Helmuth, Ivy, Brunson, and Chan. That's my fault.
Okay.
I'm just, you know.
Interesting. So look at this hand right here. We got Shakerchi with kings double suited, gets flatted by the Jack 10 9-7 and the Ace Jack 8-6 double suited. Ayez. Are you sure Ayez is appropriate? It's not Ayez? Ayez? We don't know.
I was told from my podcast co-host, resident Australian, that it's IS.
Okay, well then that's
Tim
a
Duckworth.
qualified
So if it's
opinion.
wrong, I'm blaming Tim.
Okay.
That's
good.
I got a scapegoat.
Yeah.
It's already planned.
Okay, but notice we see Ayez playing in position here, so that's really good.
That is 625.
But Shakerchi continues the aggression with his 4 blocker and overpair here, along with backdoor diamonds. Krentzman as well has a pair of 7s working with some backdoor hearts. And Ayez, the one who misses the flop the most, does have a gut shot to the nuts though, a 5. Backdoor clubs, of course, too, but no pair currently. And Shakerchi making trips, and this is why when you have connectivity to the board and overpairs, you want to have a pair in your hand too, right? If he just had dry kings, I'm sure we wouldn't have seen him bet. But with the 4 working, he bets and turns trips. And surely he wants to keep the pressure up now. Got over $1 million in his hand right there.
1,050,000.
PokerStars sponsors WSOP?
No.
Okay, well, well, let's see.
Isn't that like a conflict of interest or something?
So the real answer to that
is that PokerStars is the sponsor of PokerGo's coverage. That is
right
the
now.
answer to the question. All right?
Perfect. And let's let this ad run through and distract
Speaking of
us from
sponsors,
that.
by the way, this PokerGo broadcast is brought to you by our great friends at True Classic. High quality, affordable clothes for men, tops, bottoms, activewear, and much, much more. I said it earlier, I'll say it again. The URL is trueclassictees.com. You can see it on your screen right now, but they have much more than just t-shirts. They got everything. Tops, bottoms, activewear, hats, like you name it, it is at trueclassictees.com. I regularly wear True Classic Tees. I know my colleague Jeff Platt wears it all the time as well. Check them out today. Incredibly affordable, incredibly comfy apparel from True Classic Tees. And the co-founder, Ryan, was a poker guy. Used to play poker back in the day. So he has a soft spot for the poker industry. Definitely wants to give back as much as he can for poker. Don't forget about those giveaway questions in the chats, guys. I think we're going to do this hand and then one more, and then we'll draw the winner. So if you haven't done so already, let us know in the chat who is on your Mount Rushmore of WSOP legends. 4 names. There's no right or wrong answer. Just drop the 4 names in the chat, and that is how you officially enter the giveaway for one of the 2 $15 gift cards to the PokerGo shop.
Please no.
Okay, so we see Shakerchi coming in with a
It's
limp.
pretty funny if you just yell spot after that.
Under the gun 1. Krentzman as well, small blind checks, and Ivey
Four
with
players.
kings in the big blind checks as well.
4-3 deuce with a couple of clubs.
And look at the equities here. I mean, they're more or less.
Yeah, flip some coins.
Yeah.
Check.
Nobody has clubs. Krentzman with backdoor hearts. Guerra with up and down straight draw here, the 2, 3, 4, 5. Shakerchi with some work and stuff, but
That is
Ivey
300.
coming out with a bet from the big blind, which you could maybe assume that this board texture of 2, 3, 4 hits the big blind's range the widest, since you wouldn't expect too many other people to have some 2, 3, 4 holdings in their early position or middle position range.
So
Right.
far, 2 folds. It's now on Lautaro.
And look at this.
And look at that, Ivey just getting it done.
And look, when you don't have any equity, like nobody had a flush draw, if Ivey just has 5, 6 there, or like the butt end of the wheel, yeah, all these other players just got to fold their equity, even though we saw everyone had a formidable chance at that hand.
We are currently running a giveaway for a $15 PokerGo shop gift card. We're going to give one of those away to the YouTube chat, one of those away to the PokerGo.com chat. This is the final hand to get your responses in. The question is, if you could build a Mount Rushmore of WSOP legends, who are you putting on it? Give us 4 names. At the end of this hand that is getting dealt out right now, we will draw the winners. Draw 1 winner from the YouTube chat, 1 winner from the PokerGo.com chat. So get those answers in now. Get them in fast. Your Mount Rushmore of WSOP legends. I gave you mine. I just went with the top 4 on the bracelet list. I know, chalk, I got it. Helmuth, Ivey, Doyle,
Raise,
and Johnny
pot,
Chan,
5,
baby. Krentzman with a couple of aces here.
We do see him come with the pot-sized bet.
Action is on Jeff Hakim. Ace 10, 10, 7 with a suit.
With the
You want us to leave the...
calls.
A suit and position.
He makes the call.
And look at this, all the aces out the deck, and everyone has a flush draw working.
That is 560.
Correct, sir. Call.
Weiss is going to come along as well. He can afford it as the chip leader.
Thank you, sir. 3 players.
Queen 9-6 with a couple of clubs.
Nobody with clubs, but Krentzman does have the ace of clubs, which is going to be a very important card.
Check.
With the betting lead and the aces, let's see what he wants to do.
Check.
So he does just check. This is quite the scary board. There can be a lot of connectivity from 2 opponents here on the Queen 9-6, right? Jack 10, King Jack, all kind of Queen Jack 10-9 or 6-7-8-9 type holdings. And what a turn card. If you were Hakim and you were wondering of a good turn card, the 8 of diamonds would be the perfect turn card I would be asking for.
Check.
As he turns the second nuts with the 10-7, but also has the ace high diamonds working. He has both these players drawing stone dead.
Check.
Now the 97% here,
1.9.
it's a little anecdote, but if a 10 does come on the river, Hakim and Krentzman would be splitting the pot, but there's only 2 10s left. So that's why we don't see 100% here. but I don't think we're even going to see a river.
700.
Bet is 700,000.
Hakim comes with 700K.
And now notice the sizing here, right? 2 million in the middle nearly. He bets a third pot with this holding, where we've seen other people go for different larger sizings. Here, this is kind of a milky one, given the second nut straight and the nut flush draw.
Krentzman also gets out of the way.
Now you get to see it on stream anyway. Yeah, I had it.
So the players are going to go on a short break. We're not going to go on a break, just a quick commercial. But get those questions in. When we come back from this commercial break, we will do the giveaway. So drop it in the chats. Who is on your Mount Rushmore of WSOP legends? 4 names, give it to us. We're going to be back here in about 30 to 45 seconds.
Fair enough.
But ace of clubs too, but you just smashed on that flop. And that when you cold call pre, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's count.
Feels ambitious.
The NAPT is back this November, my babies.
This is going to be such an amazing event back in fabulous Las Vegas. I had such an amazing time at the NAPT last year. It was one of my favorite events.
Stay up to date through the PokerStars channels.
Come play with us this November.
I'll see you in Las Vegas.
Be there.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. PokerGo's coverage of the 2025 World Series of Poker rolls on with day 3 action of the $25,000 buy-in PLO High Roller. Dennis Weiss, the German, is up on top of the chip counts. Phil Ivey, hot in pursuit, and also pursuing gold bracelet number 12. We got 9 players remaining. They are guaranteed $170,000. The short stack currently is Lautaro Guerra. Also got Ben Lamb in the mix. Mickey Duek's out there too. It's been a fun show so far. I do owe you guys some giveaway winners. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna draw them. I'm gonna work my magic and draw them here. I'm going to announce them to the chats. If I announce you as the YouTube winner, send an email to social@pokergo.com with a screenshot of yourself logged into your YouTube account. We need to verify you. If I announce you as the pokergo.com winner, don't worry about it. One of the benefits of being on pokergo.com is we can just look you up and fire you an email, okay? So that's what's gonna happen. Now let me draw these winners. First up, we're going to do the YouTube winner. And I got Dave Roller. Dave Roller. So Dave, if you're here and if you're listening, send an email to social@pokergo.com. Screenshot of yourself logged in to your YouTube channel so we can do the verification that we need to, and then we will get you that $15 gift card to the PokerGo shop. And then over on PokerGo.com, Howdy Pal. Howdy Pal. Howdy, we will be in touch, or somebody from our customer service team will be in touch likely within the next 24 hours to hook you up with that gift card. So congrats, guys. Keep things engaged, and let's see if we can get us up over 5,000 likes, and then we'll drop a couple more. How about that? 5,000 likes on the YouTube video. We're at 3,200 right now, so I'm going to make you guys work for it. All right, we don't do any sort of easy giveaways. No gimmies here. And so 5,000 likes on the YouTube video.
Sorry, not much going on in this hand, but we did see Michael Duek limp with 2 kings, Ivy limp, the small blind complete, and the big blind check, and Duek just flops everybody dead, mostly on the king 4-4 flop. But Weiss, with some ideas, he does block top set. So this is the remaining last king in the deck. And he has a gut shot. So he ends up just taking the lead here and betting 425, which is just 2 big blinds. And notice we do have the hot pink chips in play now. I have yet to receive one of those in a tournament yet, but I believe they're $1 million chips. 1 million per chip.
Might be 500.
Okay.
They're one or the other. I think.
Oh,
they're,
true.
I
I
think
think you are
yeah.
right. Yeah, there are 500. Yeah, because Weiss has a stack of them. Okay, thanks, Donnie. So you know everything. You know everything. And Duek with the top full house ends up just calling. And whatever Duek wants to play here, he's going to win. He's got the nut flush. He's got kings full of fours. And Weiss now can't really love this run out. Does he have ideas to bluff or give up?
For all you guys in the PokerGo chat saying how you didn't comment, trust me, it happened. Okay, just trust me.
Hey, it's good. We need internet sleuths to make sure that
They're just
everything's
making it up.
kosher.
They don't know what they're talking about over there.
They just like trolling you, huh?
They definitely do. Well, I think they're trolling each other, but. Question now for Duek is how much? Just going to go for the pot. 1,850,000.
And he's just hoping his opponent has a hand like 4-6, ace-4, pocket sixes, right? There's a lot of combos of those kind of hands. Obviously, we see that he's got the nut clubs, so you know your opponent's not going to have that. But they could maybe have like queen X of clubs, jack X of clubs, which would maybe bluff catch. But I don't see we will see anything but a fold here.
That's fine.
Weiss gives it up. Mickey Duek takes it. A couple years ago when Mickey Duek made the final table of the WSOP main event, he also had, I think it was a third place finish in the 10K PLO that same summer. So two very, very big scores for Mickey Duek. PLO is his game. I know he did, of course, have that big result at the WSOP main event, the third place finish, but he's a PLO player and he's one of the best. He rolls in the crowd with Jonas Kronwitter, Jona Jukamainen, Elis Parsonen, and that's a very, very, very good elite company of friends.
In that same year, he also came 31st in this event, the 25K High Roller Pot-Limit Omaha event. So yeah, he had an unreal 2022, capped off by finishing third in the main event for $4 million. Ajez here with aces and no suit. How will he continue? And it comes with an announcement of pot, 700K. Sheds most of the players so far over to the blinds. One opponent remaining, Mr. Ben Lamb with a quick fold.
Current chip leader, 9 remaining, is Dennis Weiss. He's got 16.2 million, but he did start with 17.5 million, so he's lost about 1.3 since we began this 9-handed final table. Phil Ivey, the man going for gold bracelet number 12. He's sitting in second place in chips. And Ivey, you know, for everything that he's won, has 2 PLO bracelets. His first ever bracelet, way back in the year 2000, he won the $2,500 buy-in PLO event.
Okay.
And then in 2005, he won the 5K PLO event.
I'm going to have to do a little research right now because I need to see what else Ivey has won. 12 bracelets.
Well, I'll tell you that he hasn't won a Nolan Hold'em bracelet. I know that for a fact.
Okay, so he doesn't really know poker then.
And I think last year he won the 10K triple draw event. I believe he beat Danny Wong in heads-up play. King, Queen, Queen 5 in the muck for Hakim. It's definitely a much different dynamic, a 9-handed table versus a 5-handed table. We were playing 5 and 5 for an extended period of time. Short-handed play, players are going to activate a little bit more, but here, 9-handed, ranges are going to tighten up some. Weiss, King, Jack, 9-7 makes it 700K.
Yeah, so ICM now becomes a thing. I mean, it's been a thing since these guys continued down their adventure in this
I did all
tournament.
the talking leading up to this.
Did you?
Yeah.
What happened?
Lost all my chips.
Lost your championships?
No chip.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
But yeah,
Can't
with all
chip
this
when you don't have
money
chips.
I get the same way.
online, on the
Notice I
line,
only said something after winning a pot.
you just make money by folding sometimes. It's
If I
that
lost
simple.
it, I probably wouldn't be saying anything. The glasses would still be on.
Glasses is good for this table. Very bright.
Yeah. Hat
Yeah,
helps
Ivy
too.
won 3 bracelets in 2022, if I'm
Yep.
reading this right.
Yep.
7-card stud, 7-card stud high-low, and then limit shoe. And obviously the fields weren't like they are today,
No, but still.
but still they were formidable, and many people played. Another bracelet in 2009 in the Omaha /7-card stud high-low. 2010, 3K horse. So just a mixed game champion. And I mean, obviously he's one of the best, so what am I doing here? We already know he's just good at everything. Ben Lamb with a pretty decent holding here on the button, but working with one of the short stacks against another short stack. Shout out to Ben Lamb and Yeet. That is his new business, online casino operating outside of America. But I know he worked really hard to get that up over the last year and a half. And
I think I saw the other day that Ben has started to do some writing.
Yep,
He's going to like have a little blog, which is cool.
yeah, he's talking about some of the workings of the company and some of the things they've done. And yeah, just other writings of gambling at the golf course or what have you. But yeah, he's trying to bring some cool innovation to the gaming and gambling space. And yeah, really cool to see and hear him talk about some of that stuff. So
Got a bottle opener?
shout out to him.
I'll find something, please.
Ayaz also going to get in the mix here. He's out of the big blind, so we're going to see three-way action here. 2.4 million in the middle, and all three of these players are pretty short. 9, 8, 7. Lamb flops an open-ender, has top pair too. Could also hit a jack for a higher straight.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, the first two players don't really love this flop. It's going to open the door for Ben Lamb to do some things, but he might not bet the flop because he's basically got to commit himself if he wants to commit himself. So let's see what one of the world's best PLO players chooses to do here, because maybe this is enough to just go. Going to use a time extension.
His time.
Yep. I mean, this is basically for his tournament. If he decides to bet this hand right now, he's going with it against either player.
600K.
And notice the bet size.
Quarter pot bet.
World's best just comes with quarter pot here. Doesn't commit like most people might.
Ayaz got out of the way pretty quickly. It's now on Guerra.
So he would probably make this bet with the nuts as well to entice. But this way, if someone does call, he has options to either realize all his equity, maybe check the turn, at least play rivers. But this is just going to win it here, Mr. Peters. And that's Ben Lamb, boys and girls, one of the best player of the year for WSOP. This was, what, 10 years ago, I think 2011, WSOP player of the year or something like that. But I mean,
easy peasy.
If you see that guy in a PLO game, you better beware.
Easy peasy. Here you see the payouts presented by Octopi Poker. Almost $2.3 million up top. The final 9 guaranteed $170,900.
That's not bad.
This is when the pay jumps start getting beefy. The top 5 are going to make at least $500,000. The top 3 are going to make at least $1 million. Gliding and Guide said PokerGo should give away a tournament buy-in. Well, let me tell you that if you have been watching our coverage this summer, you know that we are giving away tournament buy-ins. In fact, we are giving away many tournament buy-ins. One, there is a social media contest run by PokerGo that is giving away a seat into the PGT $1 Million Championship. Okay, there is that. There is also a giveaway in partnership with Octopi Poker, which I just mentioned, where they are giving away a seat to the opening event of the Poker Masters Series. That's going to be a 5K buy-in. And as of yesterday, if you go back and watch yesterday's stream, you'll know that in partnership with True Classic, we are holding a special event at the end of 2025, and 15 people can win a seat to that $3,300 buy-in tournament.
What?
15 people.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Seriously.
So we are giving away plenty of tournament buy-ins, okay? Plenty of tournament buy-ins. Just make sure that you stay tuned to the various streams from the WSOP all summer long. You will see those promotions drop. When they do, act on it.
There you go. Beggars can't be choosers. Sounds like there's some beggars out there, but you guys better follow along because they are giving out a lot of stuff.
Speaking of Octopi Poker, it is home to the next generation study system for everyone, from casual players to elite pros like that man on your screen, Steven Chidwick. It's fun to use, it's affordable, it is full of features. Head out to octopipoker.ai now and check it out. For the Octopi Poker giveaway, just head to pokergo.com/winmasters. That'll take you to a screen. We're using the Gleam platform, and all you have to do there is just complete some various social media tasks. Things like, subscribe to a newsletter, retweet this tweet, do this, do that, follow this account, all that sort of stuff. Every time you do something, you get virtual raffle tickets, and then we will draw a winner to come play in the opening event of the 2025 Poker Masters. So for those of you saying that we should give away a seat, we are giving away many seats. Stay tuned to our coverage all summer long for the various ways to win.
Notable fold there by the chip leader of King Queen 10-3. Not that it's that massive of a hand, but probably was enough hand if you wanted to just pile aggression on this table. He could, but yeah, folds. Okay. So opens the door for Krentzman to come in with the King Jack 5-4 with a suit. And Ajez with a decision here on the button. And he says, let's go. Ace Queen 6-7. Maybe expecting the cutoff to be open, folding a bunch. Just thinks he's got enough hand here. That's a big pickup if you're middle of the pack like Ajez is.
Anderoo. Man, come on. Can we just behave in the chat? Stop complaining. I mean, these people can just be ridiculous.
The final table's tomorrow.
Both chats got the same giveaway, guys.
Everyone's
Both
got
chats.
tournaments to play. 5 or 6, I think.
What do you want me to do?
I don't really know.
I only have so much power out here, okay?
Yeah, guys, take it easy on Donnie, please. He works very
You
hard.
don't have to take it easy on me, but I'm just going to just let it be known that I am going to give it right back.
Okay, that's fair. And Weiss, we just saw 3 hands prior pick up aces with double suited. Here he's got aces with 1 suit. Ben Lamb seems interested, but he's very familiar with ICM workings, so I don't think he would want to play a pot here unless he has a really good holding. I imagine he won't ever repot it unless he has aces himself, and we do see Ben Lamb repot it. I mean, I think he's got to have aces himself. We see Krentzman folding an ace, though, so what can Ben Lamb here? Maybe he is going with kings.
I mean, he could have a hand like an ace, queen, jack 10, you know, not that exact hand, but, you know, Broadway connected, maybe at least one suit, if not double. Could have a more of a rundown hand that doesn't include an ace. I know we did see 3 of them folded, like, you know, king, queen, jack 10, king, queen, jack, jacks, something like that.
The pot.
Weiss comes back. You hear Lamb immediately disgusted.
Yeah, look, he
Maybe
still
Lamb
has
even has
17 big
king,
back.
king, 10-10, king, king, jack 10, something like that. But he just knows he's up against aces here. I mean, Ben Lamb has seen and played enough PLO that he probably knows exactly what he's up against, and he hates this spot. You can just tell.
Yeah. You nailed it. Look, with 17 big blinds and some short stacks at the table, sure, he's put a lot of money in here, but I don't know. Let's see what he does. We obviously don't know what he has, but he's going to have a good hand. It's not like he's just bluffing here. We saw another ace be folded, so.
And he's going to go with it.
Did look like kings, I think.
Good luck.
Thanks. Double swatted.
Weiss with the ace, ace, 9-7 with a suit. He's got ace 9 of spades. Lamb has king, king, 9-5 double suited. His spades are dominated. Diamonds are live, although Weiss does have the ace of diamonds to take away and out there.
So yeah, the 9, the spades working. You know, this would be closer EV, but not so great.
Jack 6-4, not looking good for Ben Lamb. 14% equity here to stay alive. 10 on the turn is some life.
Helps a little bit.
A king or a queen is what Ben Lamb is looking for. It is the 5 of diamonds, so we are going to lose Ben Lamb in 9th place. $170,900 for Lamb as he exits there. And the chip leader, Dennis Weiss, continues to climb.
Thanks, Wayne.
And that's tough. That's probably a spot where Ben expects a chip leader to just be raising so many hands and, you know, thought I'm just going to repot with kings and take this a lot.
Thank you.
And yeah, runs right into it.
Yeah.
GG, Mr. Lamb.
On the drinks. Have a bit of fun. Yeah,
you get those time banks now?
What? There's still another 2 flights anyway, right? Yeah.
I'm going to do a special giveaway just for the PokerGO.com chat, but here's what you guys need to do. I need you all to change your screen names to something that says Donnie in it. If I see about 30 people do it, then I'll just give away 2 $15 gift cards to the PokerGO shop. I mean, why not, right? Let's just have some fun with it. So change your screen names to something with Donnie in it.
Donnie sucks.
I think that would be banned, but other than that, you know, do whatever you want.
All right, get creative, and you know, Donnie loves being trolled, so.
I hope so.
Yeah, troll away. Let's go.
You know, his username is Brasco, right?
Yeah, on
Donnie
playpokergo.com.
So, yeah, get creative, guys.
Clock's still running. Are we?
And if you guys don't know how to change your screen, I'm not going to help you.
Yeah, true.
You can read the chat. The PokerGo just said how you can update your username, okay? So you guys can figure it out. Joe Poker said, so cringe. Well, guess what, Joe? You're cringe, okay?
You guys are getting him fired up. Here he goes. So we see the players kind of getting added time extensions here.
Spread out a little bit, too, at the table. You know, a little bit of more shoulder room there.
I like that.
And I mean, look, Ben Lamb had a pretty good middling stack.
It's on the to-do list.
I think
for
he
sure.
was 6 of 9 there, so that's a pretty big pot for Weiss.
The vacation there, though.
Yeah.
And he's got a big chip lead now. He's over 100 big blinds.
Yeah,
and you
it's
feel
pretty
great
nice.
if you're
Sure
Guerra,
is,
who
nice
was
country.
pretty short, you know,
the nicest
10 big blinds.
at
He
the
gets a
moment.
pay jump
Away from
of right around
everything.
50,000. The final 8 players are now guaranteed $221,920. I feel like I only see about 6 or 7 people that have changed it to have Donnie in it on PokerGo.com. So let's keep these going.
All right, hey, the fewer people that
Listen,
do it, the more
to
winners.
the YouTube chat, you guys are supposed to get the stream up to 5,000 likes. It's basically gone up 100 likes since I asked for that. So if you guys get the chat up to 5,000 likes, then I'll do a giveaway as well. You know, we have multiple things working here, but you guys got to work back.
Krentzman coming with a pot, aces with a suit. This is, I mean, we're going to keep saying it as much as the coverage goes on. When you have aces with a suit, you're typically potting it. And now notice we can make it 1.1 million because there were 2 limpers. So they increase the size of the pot here for Krentzman. And how will the chip leader want to continue? He will continue. And this will probably get Shakerchi interested as his pot odds are going to increase, and he's now going to have to call 900,000 to win 3.8 million. So that's pretty good pot odds when you look at the equities on the board there.
This is incredible, by the way. Everyone's name says Donnie. This is just great.
Donnie's ego is through the roof right now, guys.
What is happening is the best for me.
3.8 million in the middle.
I need a double.
Ace, 9, 8 with a couple of diamonds.
Yeah, the other guy's got
Top
that too.
set for Krentzman. Shakerchi's got an open ender to the bottom end, of course. Kind of a wrap with that 5 as well. And diamonds.
All the gentlemen.
So very interesting here because when Krentzman bets, Shakerchi is going to realize that he's going to be up against the top set a lot. Depending what Krentzman bets here, let's see. He's been going with pot typically.
I know he plays high
But this
stakes,
is a
but then
very
he plays
draw-heavy
one draw.
board.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so he won't have any. He's not worried about them.
Let's see.
Of course not.
And he does
He's
just
playing the one
pot
draw.
it.
This is-
Okay.
It's just 2 bullets.
10, 20, 30 times.
And what will Shakerchi do? Because, look, if you know you're up against aces here,
Lovely bloke. No wonder he was having fun. Like
you kind of have one of the hands that's capable of cracking aces. Now, you don't love your 6-7 of diamonds, but if your opponent doesn't have a flush draw themselves, you got a 50-40 here.
Yeah, after as well, but airdrop.
Weiss does get out of the way.
No, I can do it now. Look. While they're playing. Oh, airdrop it to me.
So I know that
1.5
Australian
in
man
green.
in the back, Martin, with Ajez,
Beautiful.
talking it up. Okay. Shakerchi says, look,
That's fine.
yeah, sure, maybe you have a lot of equity here, but maybe you do have a bigger hand. And I'm going to
Use iPhone.
digress from this pot.
Yeah.
Not risk it yet.
Nice pickup there for Krentzman, up to almost 12 million now.
Yeah.
Weiss still the chip leader on 22.5 million. Ivy is second in chips,
That's cool.
13.6,
That's cool, yeah.
and then it's Krentzman in third. All right, I've seen enough on the PokerGo.com chat that we are going to do the giveaway, okay, guys?
You guys
2
did it.
gift cards, 2 $15 gift cards to the PokerGo shop.
So what were some of the best Donnie names that we saw?
Donnie the Don, Donnie's mom. I'm sure my mom will love that. Donnie Darko. Zero Dark Donnie.
Oh, that's a good one.
Donnie Man Myth Legend.
Ooh. No wonder you got so excited over there.
Yeah. Donnie Brook. Donnie Danger.
I like that one. Donnie the Leg.
Don Keyman.
Oh, wow, okay.
Donnie Darko 1.
Maybe-
Real Donnie Peters.
Ooh.
I might have to have that one deleted. Sorry, man.
If
You
these
can
guys
keep it for tonight, but
if
we
these-
might change it after tonight.
If they ever saw you on the soccer field, you know, they'd be calling Donnie Thighs or Donnie the
Donosaur.
Leg.
Donnie from NY Peters. I mean, that's
Some
like you're my
creativity
stalker,
there
but that's
from
okay.
a New York guy. All right, we do have some big connected hands here. Look at Guerra just getting out the way, rightfully so, as one of the short stacks, as we see some shorter stack play a pot here. And the chip leader surely is going to continue here. with the ace-9, 7-7, I imagine.
PokerGO chat, we'll do the giveaway after this hand. Let's just pay attention to this one. 2.4 million in the middle, 9-6-3, 2 spades. Top pair for Weiss, top pair for Ajez, and a bunch of overcards for Hakim.
Check.
But
2.5.
Look, top pair, a little gut shot to the 10 high straight with a 7 here, and that's going to be enough. Now Weiss does have top pair himself, but not much else working with it. We do see him being the equity favorite. This seems quite dicey of a holding to want to double up a short stack with, but I don't know.
that sounds.
And he is going to give it up.
I like
Ajez
his
takes that
courteous kind of nice hand.
Yeah, we
like
will.
whenever he folds, like
And we got our first pinky.
This is my button, right?
it's a good
Our
like
first
mental
pinky.
strategy. I feel like to not be perturbed when you lose a pot.
Hello, Gary. How you doing?
It's music time. You know what that means. The NAPT Las Vegas is back at Resorts World for a 3rd year in a row. Jason Mercier is on your screen right now. He knows a thing or two about the NAPT. He's won a couple of titles back in the day on that tour. The newest edition coming up November 3rd through 12th at Resorts World. They got a 50K Super High Roller. They got a 5K main event. They also have a 1K PokerStars Open and a 1K Women's High Roller. If you're in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Ontario, check out the PokerStars platform for chances to win your way to NAPT Las Vegas. All right, I got to get some question here to make you guys do a giveaway in the PokerGO.com chat. If you're on the YouTube chat, 3,700 likes. I said 5K. Hit the like button, people. Come on. There are 13,600 people watching. There are only 3,700 likes on the video. That math is not mathing, okay? In the PokerGO chat, let me know what is your go-to snack for long poker streams. I want to know what your go-to snack is for long poker streams. Mine is popcorn. I love me some popcorn.
Me too. Yeah.
Also, I don't ever want to hear the PokerGO chat say that I don't address the chat. Maybe the others don't, but not me, okay? And not Tristan. We are in there. We are people just like y'all.
Okay, Ivy with a holding on the button. King 10, 6-4, doesn't come in with a raise. Probably good thing he didn't. Weiss just flops the nuts. Now, immediately that changes. This is why Pot-Limit Omaha is such a great game, because you could have the nuts on the flop, and you could be dust by the river. Weiss eyes his stack. Comes with a bet.
275.
I'm going to really study Ivy this final table because it's obviously one of the most experienced players at this final table, but he's a closer, right? He's a competitor. He's got this mystique about him in the poker world. So I want to watch his demeanor, watch how he just proceeds throughout this final table. We see some players chatty, some players talking to their rail, getting up, but we see Ivy here just focused. He's zoned in, looking for number 12.
All right, guys, on the PokerGO chat, here are the winners for a $15 gift card to the PokerGO shop. We got Donkey Peters. I don't really appreciate you calling me a donkey, but you know.
Let's go, Donkey
it is what it
Peters.
is. It is what it is, okay? Donkey Peters, congrats. And then the other, this is actually funny. This is similar. This is completely random, by the way, but Don Keyman.
Nice.
So Donkey Peters and Don Keyman. I'll have the customer service team reach out to you guys via the email that is associated with your PokerGO account, We will get you those gift cards. Congrats. For those of you on the YouTube chat, 3,800 likes on the stream. We need to get to 5,000, okay? Hit the like button. It's the thumbs up right below the video. Hit it, okay? Call your friends. Tell them to hit it. Create fake accounts for your mom, for your dad, if they're not on YouTube, and then hit the like button, okay? Let's go. Get the likes up.
How you doing? You good? Yeah. What's happening? Not much. Grinding away.
So a limp here from the small blind from Shakerchi. Krentzman with a check. Krentzman flopping bottom 2 pair. Now ranges are a lot wider in these blind on blind scenarios, so you might see a bet from bottom 2 pair for protection, for some value, to maybe take the pot down. But no, we do see a check back. And this is a pretty good turn card for Krentzman as he adds more equity to his current holding with an up and down straight draw. And Shakerchi is just going to come and bet his 2 jacks at this point. So I don't know if Krentzman really wants to play raises at this point. Probably just happy to take his current holding to the river and hope to improve.
10 seconds.
And that is an improvement there. 3s full of 6s. Shakerchi making jacks and 3s. So let's say his opponent had 6-8. He's now beating a hand like 6-8. But he does check. And there were a lot of straight draws present on the turn. 5-7, 4-5, 7-9, 10-7, 10-9. So Shakerchi will have a bluff catcher here when Krentzman ultimately does bet.
10 seconds.
550.
Now remember, the flop went check, check. So would you expect your opponent to check like a hand like King 6 or King 3 on the flop? Maybe that's unlikely. But they could just check a 3. He's going to keep him honest. And Krentzman creeping his way up to the top 3 chip stacks. He's right on the heels of Ivey. Both playing over 60 big blinds here at this final table.
See, he just won a pot, but he didn't say anything.
He's just weirdo.
I said full house.
Yeah, we meant chatter.
Chirping chips.
Chirping chips. 2, right? Yes.
Fifth players in event number 52 to 1500 no limit hold'em freeze out. You can start making your way back to your seats. You have less than 4 minutes remaining on your dinner break.
Okay, so you heard that.
If you do have chips in the rack, please leave them racked.
Big $1,500 event going on. It's day B, I think, of that. There's 4 starting flights. Will be a massive $1,500 no limit hold'em field here.
The pot. Raising 700.
That's the Millionaire Maker.
Yes.
Which had 2,448 entries today. They had, I think it was 1,600 or 1,700 yesterday. So that one's going to be absolutely enormous. Of course, in the Millionaire Maker, first place is guaranteed $1 million. I'm guessing it's going to be a bit over $1 million, just like we saw for the Monster Stack yesterday. $1.2 million winner in that tournament. Plenty of chances here. I know this tournament here is 25K buy-in, but there are plenty of opportunities at the World Series of Poker, dozens of them, where you can turn almost no money, relatively speaking, to massive, massive, massive scores.
Yeah, there's really nothing like it.
I mean, they still got the $300 buy-in Gladiators of Poker coming up. I mean, that's going to be $300 and someone's going to win 500 or 600K.
Crazy.
I mean, it might as well be a free roll, right?
That's
it's like
crazy.
It is really a lottery ticket, and it's absolutely incredible.
You already folded.
Gentleman mark to send.
Weiss doesn't even have to grab chips. Ajez immediately mucks. Shout out to another guy, Joey Kudin. Just picked up his second bracelet. Buddy from Florida won the 500 Salute to Warriors event.
If you would like to win some, head on over to playpokergo.com. Jump into the free online poker streets. Real competition, zero risk. Grind the ring games, run deep in tournaments. Spin the wheel of gain as part of the new No Gamble, No Future themed sit and goes. No deposits, no bots, no gimmicks, just pure authentic poker. Play now at playpokergo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android. And here's what we're going to do, guys. There is a 1 million gold free roll coming up at 10:30 Vegas time, so about 45 minutes from now. I'm going to get in there, okay? My name on playpokergo.com is Brosco. I'm going to play along while I do the commentary. Multitasking at its finest. You guys should also go to playpokergo.com and hop into that free roll. Again, it is the 1 million gold free roll kicking off at 10:30 p.m. Vegas time. So let's hop in there. Let's battle it out. Let's see if you guys actually know. There's a lot of chat pros out there. I need to see if you guys actually know your stuff, okay? So let's go. Let's get in there. My name is Brosco. Come play with me. Let's battle. We're throwing down.
50-50.
Okay, speaking of battling, we got Hakim limping a Queen 9-8-7, double suited, and Ivy with naked aces.
To San Francisco and
pots
then
it.
another 2 hours to here.
Hakim already looking a little uncomfortable, shifting in his chair. But you don't limp these hands to fold them typically.
Thought it was going to be way worse.
It's actually easier getting here than Europe.
But we do see Gjergj with a really short stack. But doesn't matter. We're going to take it to a flop, and Ivy eyeing his opponent while he gets a play in position here with aces. And we see almost a stone cold coin flip headed into the flop.
I just never had a need to
10-9 deuce rainbow.
And then they killed all the games.
And look at this, Hakim with the pair of nines, also flops and open in a straight draw, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Don't let anyone buy in for like.
And also has a gut shot with the Queen 8 working.
Someone's buying in with the cash. Yeah, and anyone who had like big transfers and stuff, they like just banned a bunch of people for no reason.
I imagine
like,
this is a spot. Ivy doesn't want to build a huge pot, so he does check back. And just like that, we see queens up for Hakim.
And then they ask them for like where they get their money, their source of funds, and then they want like a full detailed report of their business.
Yeah.
They don't want to provide that. How much is it? It's like,
sure.
It's their business.
Yeah.
And then they all get banned. Yeah.
So Hakim asks us how much.
It's pretty crazy over there at the
asks
moment.
how much is in the middle. He is losing the King Jack. He is losing the Jack 8.
Ruin the games. That's why I started coming here 2023.
800,000.
December.
Ivy biting of the lip, looking at his opponent while his opponent looks back at him. And I don't think there's much happening here for
Thank you,
Phil.
casinos.
Yeah.
Discipline there from Ivy, not getting married to those aces.
But look at the
splash
look.
seat, bro.
You know, that's just.
Splash.
You know, there's crime documentaries about people that look like that, Donnie. Like, he doesn't like to lose. He wants to know what's up.
Training site way back in the day before.
Like I said, this is Final Table investigating Ivy. Let's learn from the best.
Vanessa Selps was
PokerStars
That's
Stars
going way
Spotlight.
back.
Sorry, that's a tongue twister there. Talal Shakerchi. He's
She
won
still play?
events on the EPT, a couple of high rollers. In Monte Carlo in 2012, he won the 10K 6 Max Turbo. 2013, he won the 10K London High Roller. Also won an event down at PCA once. He's got several Coop titles, Scoop/W Coop, the big online series that happen on PokerStars. He's known as Raid a lot. I remember back in the day, I was at Monte Carlo, and Scott Seaver was talking about this player, Raid a lot, who had a ton of posts on the 2+2 forum. He was always battling in the games on PokerStars. You know, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, sometimes he's at like an $11 5-card draw tournament, right? But that's Talal Shakerchi. The $1 billion hedge fund guy is rate a lot online. He absolutely loves the game.
Yeah, that's why he's here.
Stuff.
Yeah, it's so awesome. Like, we see kings here for Krentzman. No suit. Doesn't want to hurt his positioning here at this final table. Even though Guerra is one of the shortest stacks and we see him with the best hand, he just folds. So,
what should you start with?
Everyone noticed that.
Thank you.
Michael Duek with a very big hand here himself. Covers the suits, although his spades are dominated.
1.2.
And he is going to min-click it back to get Guerra all in here. But yeah, Rate a Lot is just a legend on PokerStars and a legend in the poker world here, as we know him as Talal now. Krentzman very interested since he folded 2 kings, but this is exactly what you want when you fold 2 kings. You want someone else to do the battle.
Guerra has waited long enough. Queen, queen, 10-6, and his money is in the middle.
Only 8 big blinds, so this hand qualified enough for him to go.
He was able to secure 1 pay jump from 9 to 8 left with the elimination of Ben Lamb.
10-6 double versus ace-jack, 7-8 double.
Players talking to their rail, letting them know what's going on here at the table.
And Ivey just flicking a rubber band within his, twindling it within his fingers.
Ace, 9-3, 1 spade out there. 83% here for Duek to score the elimination. Deuce of spades, though, on the turn.
But very big holding here for Duek as he's outflopped the queens.
Okay.
9 on the river. We are going to lose Lautaro Guerra in 8th place. $221,920 for Guerra. A very, very solid run for him. He's one of the best PLO players in the world. My guess it's not the last time we've heard from him this World Series. We still got the 10K PLO Championship to come. We got a 50K PLO High Roller. We got a 100K PLO High Roller.
What?
6 to go.
All of that here at the 2025 World Series of Poker. But here in the 25K PLO High Roller, down to 7.
Very well.
Everyone's guaranteed $293,000. Up top is $2.3 million. Phil Ivey still in the mix, sitting 3rd in chips, but for all intents and purposes tied with Krentzman for 2nd place. They are separated by less than 200K. Dennis Weiss, the German, is the chip leader. Ivey looking for bracelet number 12. We will not finish this event today. Keep that in mind. The final table is going to continue streaming tomorrow, Friday, June 20th on PokerGO.com. So we're going to take this one as far as we can tonight, and then we will pick the action back up on Friday to go down to a winner. So 2 days of high-stakes PLO action here from the WSOP.
Krentzman in a pretty good spot now. Covers all these stacks, including Ivey, who's in the big blind. So he's going to flex a little bit with his chip lead here, raise an ace-9, 3-4. And look at what holdings he's getting to fold. A king, queen, 10-8 on the button from Duek. But he's going to have to battle the legend himself. Ivey is going to defend the big blind here with the ace-jack, 9-7. We're going to see at least 3.
10 seconds.
Heads up.
Pretty big flop here for Krentzman as he does outflop Ivey, making aces up. But Ivey still with a lot of equity to continue, having 3 overcards.
I don't think so.
Although one of those is shared by Krentzman, the 9.
That is 400.
There's another hand after that. Oh, there was one more hand after that.
So does Ivey deem this enough hand to continue? He does.
Call.
10 of diamonds on the turn. Now a second diamond in addition to those 2 hearts on the flop.
So this is maybe where Krentzman wants to check and just play a more controlled pot, given that he loses to a straight. There's a lot of equity out there in flush draws if your opponent has like an ace with a diamond draw or an ace with a heart draw. But he does still have the best hand, so let's see.
I was saying that.
1.1 Are we actually just going to play down to 5, or are we going to keep playing?
So he does bet about half pot here, and Ivey sure can't love this now, given that he has no flush draw. He just has a pair of aces. This man has won 11 bracelets for a reason. Maybe he smells weakness. Maybe he has a read. Who knows? Now this is a spot if Ivey did raise, I don't think Krentzman can continue. But this is a hell of a find if Ivey does find it. But yes, he does just release the worst hand after pondering a bit.
You're right. Thank you.
I mean, this wasn't even supposed to be streamed. Like, they didn't tell us until like last minute. Like, it's streamed.
How do you not stream this?
They were gonna stream the final day, like the final table, but I think they weren't supposed to. Both. Maybe they were planning.
Maybe there was an X factor, you know?
Yeah. You sitting.
Phil Ivey is the X factor.
Well, that's
everybody.
actually not true.
No, I know.
The reason why it was originally on the schedule to stream the $1,500 freeze out. But the concern is that because we are planning to stream this final table tomorrow, that if we start streaming the $1,500 freeze out tonight, one, we wouldn't be able to start it to very late because they weren't going to reach a final table because that field was so big and they were playing so slow. Also, the schedule for that tournament this year, day 1 started at 2 instead of noon. So a little bit later, and they played fewer levels on day 1. So it kind of messed up the schedule thing, and we didn't want to stream, you know, the final table of that, or start streaming the final table and then not continue it the next day because this PLO final table was going to be running. So we switched, we pulled an audible, and we're bringing you day 3 coverage of this event. Now it also works out that, yes, Phil Ivey is there. But even if Phil Ivey didn't make it this far, we would still have streamed this day 3. So
yeah,
that's a little bit how the sausage is made, if you guys care about that sort of stuff. But there are a bazillion moving parts. I've been texting Tristan every single day telling, oh, the schedule's changed for this, schedule's changed for that. We're starting at this time, we're starting at that time. Oh, I don't know if we're doing this, I don't know if we're doing that. We're all over the place.
Yeah, and that, to Donnie's point, is just how, you know, flexible PokerGO is and how flexible the WSOP is working with PokerGO, because it's a big production to set these up and get the team in here to cover it. So yeah, there's a lot of moving parts, and it's good that they're flexible to bring the best viewing experience to everyone out there, because what would we be doing if we didn't have PokerGO? What would we be doing, Donnie? Like, we would be reading updates. We have the WSOP Plus app that we would just be looking at, like, the leaders and stuff. But without PokerGO, we wouldn't have this unbelievable, you know, live coverage, basically, even though we're on a delay. But we're live, we're here. So yeah, thank you, PokerGO, because this is elevating poker. It elevates the WSOP, and it elevates the whole experience when we get to follow along with these amazing tournaments. Weiss with the best hand here. He does have a gut shot to the 3. But Krentzman putting a little heat on him with a bet of 550 here.
Call.
Weiss does get the check mark if this goes to showdown, but Krentzman might have some other ideas given that he did bet the turn. 10-7 makes the nuts, or excuse me, Queen 10 makes the nuts. 10-7 makes a straight. 5-7 makes a straight. And Krentzman does have some interaction there with the 7. He doesn't have a queen or 10 blocker, so I don't know how he'll want to proceed, but he basically can't win, so he does check. And Weiss loves to hear that. Just a jack, and it's good.
Wow. How you can do that?
Chip leader wins a little off second in chips.
Oh, you missed one. Yep. Thank you.
I don't think I've heard Ivey say one word at this final table aside from pot. As we see Ajez chatting and singing currently, I think that's him.
You know it. Fucking sing it.
Thank you.
There's a great little community of poker players in Australia.
Thank you,
I'm
mate.
friends with a bunch of them. I've done some coaching with some of them too. And yeah, I see some of them on the rail and stuff. So shout out to the whole Sydney crew, the Melbourne crew, all the guys from Australia. I know there's some Gold Coast players out there too. Really good guys. And the poker is booming in Australia too. They don't get online poker over there, but they do have some places to play. They do have some clubs and stuff like that. So yeah, just shout out to all of our players worldwide. And look at this. We have Ivey and Talal going to battle, but Ivey just folds in response to the pot from Shakerchi.
Don't lose it. Yeah, at least I can say I had one. Even if only briefly, I had one.
You guys wanted giveaway for seats. Pay attention, look at your screen right now. If you want to play at the PokerGO studio, True Classic and PokerGO are giving 15 winners a shot at a $5,000 package to compete in a signature event at the end of 2025. Just go to trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo. The URL is on your screen. And tell us your poker story. Be honest, be open, don't lie. We're poker people. We will read right through those bluffs, okay? That's trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo. Submit now. Submit your poker story, and 15 winners will get a $5,000 package. It includes a $3,300 tournament buy-in to play in an event at the PokerGO studio. Let's go, people.
Pretty cool. Look, pretty cool.
Very cool. Very, very cool.
Don't underestimate that kind of stuff.
Don't forget, guys, about a half an hour away from the 1 million gold free roll on playpokergo.com. It starts at 10:30 Vegas time. I am already in there. I was informed that my name might be Brosco, but my name might also be PokerGo Donnie.
Okay. They
I
gotta
don't know what
validate
it's
you.
showing for me as Brosco, but they told me that they changed it the other day so that people would know that it's me. So I don't know what's actually going to show up like at the table. But let's get in there and let's battle. Let's go.
So look, we saw a couple players here limp with some formidable holdings. Michael Duek with the ace-queen 4-3 double suited. Surely he's not going to fold this, but we do see second in chips Krentzman with aces in the big blind. But I don't know. Let's see. I mean, such a big hand here from Duek. And notice the limp strategy he's applied so far. He hasn't raised a pot yet. Kind of recognizes his middle of the pack situation. And Weiss, the chip leader, folds on the button, and Shakerchi also exits. So two formidable holdings going to a flop. And this is a spicy flop. Krentzman holding the lead. He does flop a pair of nines and the king high flush draw, but his aces are currently qualifying for him. So he's playing the ace of spades, ace of diamonds. But Duek just flopping a flush draw.
Check.
So no other equity here other than hearts for Duek. No blockers either. But these flops typically favor the limping hands, whereas Krentzman's more towards the high card stuff, like the ace kings and queens and stuff. So we do see Duek come with a bet here.
850 is the bet.
And if I'm Krentzman, I like the fact that my opponent bet third pot instead of a bigger bet. And I think Krentzman's at least going to peel one off here with top pair with the king high flush draw. And his ace is working, of course. So let's see what Duek has in store playing in position here as this pot swells up. An added equity here for Duek as he turns a pair. This is pretty important turn card here. Now he doesn't just have hearts working. He starts to have some added equity in his pair draws, drawing to two pairs and such.
Check.
And kings and nines now the qualifying hand for Krentzman. He fades the outs of Duek. And when your opponent checks back the turn, you could probably rule out some straights from their range, right? If Duek was betting Jack 10 or some other straight on the flop and he didn't bet the turn, he probably doesn't have one of those holdings. But Krentzman is going to play his hand as a bluff catcher and see what Duek does before he puts any more money into this pot.
Which is in there?
Last year I did 4.3.
Duek realizing his pair of threes will not win at showdown, and now maybe trying to target just a weak pair of aces or something like a one pair type hand, potentially after he asks how much is in the middle. These are very uncomfortable spots. You had a lot of equity, you had the ace high nut draw. You miss everything. Now what do you do?
2.7.
2.7 million is the bet.
And now Krentzman has a bluff catcher, but we go back to the point of what would Duek check the turn with? Would he really check with his big holdings? So maybe Duek is really representing like a lower straight, like a straight to the 10, maybe like a set type hand with this line. I'm not really sure.
Well, he's got the chips ready to go here.
Look, if you can rule Jack 10 out of someone's range here, that's huge.
Okay, anyone else?
And he does make the call. And Krentzman's, of course, going to see the good news.
That's a massive pot, 10 million right there. Going to Krentzman, clear second place now in this tournament. And yeah, that's a really interesting hand. That's, I mean, I know we've seen a lot of good poker at this final table, but that hand's very interesting to me, just given that it started on the flop with a flop bet and then a turn check. So you're kind of identifying some of your holdings when you play hands like that. So maybe we could go back and say, should Duek have been wanting to bet the flop if he didn't want to go full throttle throughout the hand? As we see Duek about cut his stack in half there. But
This
these
final
guys
table-
play
oh, go
PLO.
ahead.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
Donnie. I was just
No, go ahead.
rambling still. But Duek's, like, who am I? I'm looking at the cards. Duek's a world-class PLO player. Like, so, yeah, what the hell do I know? So sorry. Go ahead, my friend.
No, it's fine. I didn't mean to step on you.
No, it's all good.
I was going to say, just as a reminder, that this final table will not finish out tonight. It will finish out tomorrow. It'll be on PokerGo.
875. Hot is that.
It'll also be on the PokerGo YouTube channel. Ali Najad will be on the call.
Didn't at least.
The stream starts at
Didn't
2
at least
p.m.
shake your
Vegas
hand
time, 5 p.m. Eastern time to see the conclusion of this one. If Ivy makes it through, you're going to want to clear your schedule to see if the GOAT can win gold bracelet number 12. We are also 20 minutes away from the 1 million gold free roll on playpokergo.com. I am in there. Get in there and let's battle, people. Let's go. Playpokergo.com. You can also find it on iOS and Android. It is completely free to play. This is a free roll tournament.
Nice. I'm going to be over Donnie's shoulder watching him play, making sure he's not.
Is it, you know, are you going to ghost me? We're going to get in
No,
trouble
of
for
course
this?
not. Come on. What
I'm
do you
going to bust people. They're going to be in my DMs just being like, you had Tristan coaching you the whole way.
Absolutely not. Look, Donnie plays no limit hold'em himself. He needs no advice from me, okay? And I'm not one to go against terms of service to any poker site. So, but I'll be watching, guys. I'll be watching. So please beat him up a bit. But, you know, he's been putting a lot of effort into the studying, so you got to watch out. He's quite the competitor. Krentzman here continuing his momentum, picking up aces on the button. Now, notice, again, this is just a tidbit, but the aces aren't suited. He has 10-5 of diamonds. You much rather have ace-5 of diamonds or ace-10 of diamonds.
Raised to 650.
But ace is obviously big enough hand here on the button to just put more money in and hope that your opponents want to battle, but they don't.
Easy peasy. Easy peasy.
Krentzman previously cashed in this event. I believe it was 2018 when I looked it up, 18 or 19, but got 13th place. Also that was also his highest finish in a live tournament ever. So this is, of course, a new high now that he's down here to the final 7 players. The final 7 are guaranteed $293,329. $101,000 pay jump is what they're looking at right now. First place, $2,292,000.
Krentzman also did this year get 18th in the 25K PLO / no limit hold'em.
There you go. I mean, the
mixed
guy's just a
event.
crusher.
Raised 650.
So he is flexing. Look, the king 4 deuce deuce is basically saying, look, the chip leader got out of the way. I got short stacks all behind me. I'm pouncing.
Easy peasy.
You love to
Every
see
hand,
it.
easy peasy.
We're up over 4,300 likes on the YouTube stream, but I said we got to get to 5K for another giveaway. So let's go, people. Come on. We got 14,000 viewers out there right now. Hit the like button. Hit the thumbs up. Come on. Approaching 15 minutes away from the 1 million gold free roll on playpokergo.com. I will be in there. My name is either going to be Brosco or PokerGo Donnie. One of those two. Whatever you see, that's me. And I'm going to be throwing lots of different drinks and stuff, slamming the emojis.
We might have to put a bounty on Donnie's head. We'll see.
I just want to see how these people play. You know, all the people are in the chat constantly. It's just nonstop chat pros, telling the players how they should play, telling the commentators how they should talk about the game. Well, I want to see them actually play, right? And if I win this free roll, They're never going to hear the end
oh
of it.
my God. I can only imagine.
I might fire up a new live stream just to gloat. Honestly. That's what I think I'm going to do.
I've never been so freaking coveted.
Okay, here,
Christy
Krentzman.
the mod did confirm that PokerGO Donnie is my name in the lobby of that free roll. So PokerGO Donnie. That's going to be me.
Uh-oh, Donnie. Krentzman being very active all of a sudden. Ivey, obviously, defending the big blind. Gets out-flopped here. Aces up. Is dominated by the ace-king. Top two dominated by top and bottom here. How will the GOAT continue in this hand? He needs a lot of help here.
Call.
Krentzman even has the ace of diamonds working for him. Not that that matters much, but he knows that Ivey won't be drawing. But look, oh my God, Ivey needs a lot of help, and it comes in the fashion of one of the 2 6s that he needed.
I'm speechless.
Holy crap. And Krentzman with
This
top
turn.
2 could still keep value betting his turn, his hand if he wants here.
Diego Jose said Ivey can dodge this. Well, he doesn't need to. He's just going to turn a 6.
1.5.
And Krentzman going to his stack, 1.5 million, half pot.
Now look, Ivey is losing to pocket aces, the one combo of pocket aces. He's losing to 3 combos of pocket kings. But other than that, you beat everything else. Now, the opponent has bet half pot here, so Ivey just continues with a call.
A jack on the end.
Relatively safe river card for Ivey after turning one of his 2 outs. And now, what will Krentzman want to do here?
More than 6 million in the middle.
You could still maybe get value from ace-jack. You could maybe get bluff caught by some other ace-x holding, but he checks it back.
He checks it back. Ivey rolls over the ace-6 for the full house. 6 is full for Ivey. And he scoops a pot of more than 6 million in chips. If that doesn't get us up over 5,000 likes, YouTube, I don't know what's going to, okay? Let's go. If you're rooting for Ivey, smash the like button.
When you're that good and also lucky, that is quite the combination. But well played by both players, of course. I mean, Krentzman doing what he needs to do. As we see the chip denominations here, those pink chips, the biggest chip in play, 500K. And I'm sure
Pretty
these,
looking chip set.
Yeah, that is sick. That is really nice. I've had the blues and the green so far when I finished deep in the 6 max, and both 6 maxes actually, but not the pinks yet. I have yet to get to a stage where I'm grabbing pink chips. But I will, Donnie, I will. Give me another week or so, and I'll have some pink chips, I promise.
Pot.
875 is bet.
Ajez here coming with a pot. And the chip leader waking up with a pretty good hand in the big blind. With all the chips.
There are chips behind.
Will this get him pre?
Thank you.
I don't know. I don't know if this is enough to get him pre, but we're definitely going to see a flop.
Call.
Weiss is in there with a call.
Heads up.
Jack 7-5.
Pretty good flop if you're Ajez. Top pair, gut shot, couple overcards to the 7. Weiss with a double gutter and a backdoor flush draw. He just comes with a pot, and Ajez says, let's go.
5 is the bet. All in?
Shrug and a jam from Ajez.
See in a minute.
Like 3.3.
3.3?
Ish.
So Ajez going to need an ace, a 6, or a 10 immediately, or some running clubs.
Good luck.
All right,
Thank
all
you.
in call.
What do we got?
Top pair, gut shot.
Good luck.
He's got double gut shot.
And an overcard. The ace can also hurt you here. And a club draw as well, working immediately.
Clubs.
And the 6 of clubs comes right off.
That is the best card in the deck.
Yeah.
Ajez needs so much help here. Needs a 9.
Four on the end.
Okay.
And one of the most happiest players at the final table is going to be eliminated there in 7th place.
Najeem Ajez, $293,300 for him. A good run, but as always, you know, you get this far, you get this close, you always are left wanting more. I'm sure he'll sleep it off, wake up with almost 300K in that bank account and be like, you know what, it was a good run at the end of the day.
Thank you.
Dennis Weiss continues to just absolutely crush right now. Almost 29 million for him. I'm assuming that's his buddy who's dancing in the background because I don't know why else you would be dancing. Dennis Weiss steamrolling right now, and we are down to 6.
Right, for a day?
I mean, those moments at a final table are just turning points. That just skyrocketed Weiss first in chips, and it eliminates a tough opponent there. As we see him still kind of in the background, looking at what could have been. Great run. I mean, you play for days to get to this point, and then one hand, it just rips it from you, and you got to get back up the next day and go after it. I mean, this game is all about failure and how you do with failure, and yeah, great run there from Najeem. And then there were 6.
Final 6 have locked up $394,500. First place in this one, almost 2.3 million. 489 entries in the prize pool for this $25,000 buy-in event. Some of these fields at the WSOP this year have been absolutely outrageously big. It's just been wild. Absolutely wild. Plenty of big buy-in PLO events still to come here in the 2025 WSOP. We got the 50K PLO, I believe that kicks off tomorrow. There's a 100K PLO, the first time the WSOP has ever had a 100K buy-in PLO tournament. I know it's a lower buy-in than what I just mentioned, but the 10K PLO championship is always one of the absolute biggest events of the summer that is still to come. So huge, huge, huge PLO action.
And huge flop here for Shakerchi as he flops trip queens with the king kicker. And if he didn't have enough equity already, we do see the check mark. He has turned an open-ended straight draw. But Krentzman drawing dead here does pick up some showdown in the form of the jack. He's going to check it back. Talal making the straight here with king 10. That is now, excuse me, sorry, he makes a full house with queen 9. So that is the hand he is playing here.
He could also play the straight.
Yeah, he could. But you got to play your best hand, Donnie, in this game. So, but you're right.
He's got it either way.
He does.
We're good.
I think it's 29. 29, I think.
The bet here is 725 from Talal Shakerchi.
That's going to take it for Shakerchi.
If you guys want more news, results, behind-the-scenes story, all of it from the 2025 World Series of Poker, check out the PokerGO podcast. Yours truly, that's me, Donnie Peters. I am one of the hosts alongside my colleague Tim Duckworth. Fresh episodes every single day straight from the floor of the World Series. We do audio, we do video as well. The video appears every morning on the PokerGO YouTube channel. Audio you can find wherever you listen to your podcast, Apple, Spotify, all the podcatchers out there. We got it. That is the PokerGO podcast. Come listen to us talk a whole bunch of nonsense. The other day I did like some water test. Like I was claiming that I was a water snob, which I am.
Okay.
And so Tim had me blind taste test waters.
Okay.
I think I did pretty well. You know?
What were the options here?
Like Dasani, Fiji, some like generic grocery store purified water brand. They have that right there.
This, yeah.
You know, that sort of stuff.
And could you tell the difference?
Yeah, I think I did pretty well. Tim,
Yeah.
I think I got a few of them right, half of them or something. I can't remember.
What was your favorite one that tasted the best?
I think the Fiji was the best.
Okay.
Any sort of just natural spring water, preferably out of like a glass bottle or stainless steel or that, not out of plastic,
Yeah.
is what I prefer.
Understandable. Don't know how many microplastics I have invading my
That's
system.
right. I mean, you know. Only a couple minutes left to get into that free roll on playpokergo.com, a million gold free roll. Come play with me. I will be in there. I'm going to be playing and commentating. I'm sorry to my boss. I am going to be multitasking.
It's all right. I'm here to help. I'll help you out.
We got 6 players left here in the 25K PLO. We got Phil Ivey going for number 12.
And it's really cool to see kind of the discipline of Daniel Weiss here. You know, with the chip lead, you would think maybe he's just going to raise every hand, but he's happy to just coast, it seems. Now, granted, the hand he just folded was not very good, but yeah, just interesting to note what these guys are doing.
10 seconds.
The blinds have gone up to 125K, 250K. Talal with the overpair to the board, blocking the nuts. Does come with a bet. I don't know what's going on out there, Donnie. You hear that?
There's a lot of yelling.
Yeah.
As long as they keep us safe in here, then we're good.
I mean, we only have one security guard, man. I don't know. Like, our back is exposed. I don't like. I normally, whenever I go sit at a restaurant or anything, you'll never see me with my back to the door.
Well,
but here,
they say that a lot about men. Men, because you know, just coming up throughout evolution, like men are supposed to be like more of the protectors, right? So you're always kind of like, you know, forward facing to like doors, entryways, especially if you're with your family, maybe your wife, girlfriend, whatever, maybe your kids, right? You're always kind of like, you don't want your back to stuff. I'm the same way, you know. That's why I'm kind of turned so I can.
Yeah, okay,
you
good.
know,
You got us covered.
I'm protecting you,
Good.
man.
Okay,
like,
good,
if
good,
you see
good,
me go
yeah.
jumping over there,
yeah,
like.
I'm ready, man. I'm starting to throw bows, but yeah, like I'm not. This is uncomfortable. You know, like even when I get in my car sometimes, I look in the back seat just to make sure. You never like, it's probably a little silly, but you just never know. You always got to just be aware of your surroundings. Okay, now here we
Hakim
go. Yeah.
announces a pot-sized raise. Krentzman made it 650. Ace, king, 9 deuce, suited to the ace in spades. Ace, queen at 10-5, suited to the ace in diamonds for Hakim. Hakim has been patient.
But if you look at this, like this seems like a big raise, but it's really 8 big blinds, you know, and that works. Look, that deuce, that dangling deuce that Krentzman had probably was the key factor there in folding. But that was a 50-50 scenario right there. But aggression pays in this game.
Final 6 players here came from a field of 489 entries. $25,000 buy-in in this one. $394,500 is what they are all guaranteed. 5th place is going to be worth just shy of $540,000. So about $145,000 is the pay jump that these guys are looking at. Top 3 spots are all going to get at least $1 million. First place almost $2.3 million. Phil Ivey is, of course, the headliner. He is going for WSOP Gold bracelet number 12. He trails only Phil Hellmuth in that department. Phil Hellmuth's got 17. Almost got 18 the other day. $2,500 buy-in. Mixed Omaha high-low, stud high-low tournament. He got 3rd in that one.
What do you think? Do you think anyone will catch Hellmuth? I mean,
yes.
in
yes.
its entirety, right? Like,
yeah, because
someone
I just
is
think that
bound
there's so many bracelets and there's so many good players. I mean, Phil's much older than a lot of, like, he's just much older than somebody like Sean Deeb, for example. You know, even Phil Ivey, I think he's a bit older than.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah.
if now Ivey, I would just question, you know, is he going to just continue to put the volume in that we've seen him back to putting the past 2-3 years? And if he is, Ivey's got as good of a chance as anyone, if not the best chance, because he's the closest one to Helmut.
True.
Right? Someone like a Sean Deeb, you know, he's out there grinding,
playing everything,
nonstop, playing
everything.
You know, multiple events, going hard.
So look at this flop. Duek flops the nuts. Weiss with the nut blockers and 2 queens. But when you're playing multi-way 5 ways here, you might not be too ecstatic to go wild with your blockers. And Ivey leading for quarter pot here with the mystery hand that has yet been read. Diamonds could be working, nut diamonds, like if he's got some king X of diamonds, who knows? But Duek surely may be quite comfortable to get the money in here when action gets back to him. Double check, making sure we do have the nuts. It's nice to have a backdoor flush draw here too. Don't think there's any slow playing here in PLO, so we do see Duek just put it in. And Ivey mucks.
And no takers there for Duek, but when you're that short, it's nice to pick up some chips.
Yeah, up to 20 big blinds now.
The free roll on Play Poker Go did just start.
You folded that?
I folded 2 hands already.
Donnie's
we won't say what I folded right now because these people are
I
in
know. I
folded aces. And we also hit 5,000 likes on the YouTube stream, which means I owe you guys a giveaway. Let's go. But don't forget, tune in tomorrow. Coverage starts at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific time for the continuation of this final table. $25,000 buy-in PLO High Roller here at the 2025 World Series of Poker. Ali Najad will be on the call. Mystery guest alongside of him.
I'm the mystery guest. I got the message.
Oh, you did?
I got the bat signal. They called me
look
in.
at that.
They called me
the
to
Tristan
sub in.
bat
Let's
signal.
go, buddy.
Boom.
Let's go. I'm in there.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's like you're like a AAA ball player. You just got the call up.
Yeah, I did.
This
I
is great
did.
stuff. Do you need to call your mom or something? Like
I should. She's sleeping, but tomorrow I'll let her know, hey, Mom, tune into PokerGo. I'm going to be
That's
commentating
right.
the final table. Again, I don't know how I find myself in this spot, but I'm here and blessed. That's major leagues. I'm going to be with Ollie. That's major leagues.
That is.
I don't know if I'm ready for that, but I'm going to get ready.
Sometimes I wonder if Ali's ready.
Oh, he's always ready.
Ali is he's just incredible. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Just the absolute best commentator. He's one of those people where when I listen to his poker commentary, I'm like, how does he not have other commentary jobs like basketball, anything? I feel like he can just do it all. Like he's that good with
talented.
words and relaying his thoughts to the audience. It is really incredible.
Yeah, no, he's a treat. He really is unbelievable at this.
So that is tomorrow, Friday, June 20th, 5 p.m. Eastern Time, 2 p.m. Pacific Time for the final table of this one.
How many players you got in this free roll right now?
I have no idea. I think around 400, maybe
Oh,
450.
wow. Okay, that's pretty sizable.
I just folded ace-10 of diamonds to this jam. If I was messing around, I would have just called it off. But I'm trying to play serious. Trying to play serious.
So Shakerchi here with the best of it currently, but the chip leader in the big blind in this limped pot with the 9-high flush draw going to lead. Shakerchi downloading the information here, watching his opponent as he grabs some chips. Both players sharing a glance at one another. And ace is up now on the turn for Shakerchi. Weiss, what does he want to do? Definitely towards the bottom of his range to bluff the flop here multi-way.
Okay.
He's got a 9-high flush draw on a pair of 9s. He does have a king of clubs, which maybe blocks a little bit of the upper echelon.
Ivy can be on his phone.
Ace, jack, queen, king range
Not now,
and stuff.
but earlier today.
Shakerchi now with aces and
I just want it to be
sixes.
fair. Yeah. Okay.
What's he gonna do? He wants to deny all equity from big draws. If Weiss did have like some open-ended straight draw, some wrap, and a flush draw. But we know this is kind of just posturing from Weiss. He will fold this.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
With his patented nice hand.
Into the muck it goes, and Talal Shakerchi chips up a little bit there. It remains Mickey Duek as the short stack. Talal second to last in chips. Jeff Hakim in front of him. It's kind of the haves and the have-nots. I know Krentzman and Ivey are kind of in the middle, and Weiss is way out in front, but still, those three players are above 10 million, above 12 million, and then the other players are below 7.5.
Yeah.
For those of you on the YouTube channel, I owe you guys a giveaway. I'll give a $15 PokerGo shop gift card away. The question is, because this is a PLO crowd, what's your go-to starting hand in Pot-Limit Omaha? Are you like a double-suited rundown type of player, or are you just somebody who wants the ace, king, king? Right? What do you like? So put your responses in the PokerGo YouTube chat. I will do a drawing. I'll do one for the PokerGo.com and one for the PokerGo YouTube. So a $15 gift card to each one to the PokerGo shop. So that's what we're doing right now. What is your preferred starting hand in PLO? Fire away.
10 seconds. Ivy comes with a raise on the button. Talal with a suited ace and a pair in the big blind.
What are you tilting about?
We got some action, a 50-50, still a 50-50 after Ivey essentially outflops Talal, excuse me, but Talal with the nut flush draw. Ivey betting his range advantage equity here. But this is kind of towards Ivey's middling of range holding, I guess, but you could maybe even consider it a bottom of range holding. He doesn't have a whole lot of backup aside from this 4-6 of hearts working in the back door. Shakerchi just turns and nuts. And Ivey is going to double barrel this, so this was effectively, excuse me, a bluff here.
Question now is, does Shakerchi want to pounce now? Does he just want to kind of give Ivey some more rope?
It's tough. Yeah, what does Talal view this from Ivey? He is giving him all the rope here, Mr. Peters, all the rope. Is there an escape plan for Ivey?
8 of hearts on the river. Action on Talal first. He checks.
We've seen these two play a lot of pots.
Nuts.
Ivey checks back. Nuts announced and shown from Talal Shakerchi.
Nice hand.
Thanks.
And a couple of hands now for Talal, and he's climbed up to almost 10 million in chips. He's ahead of Phil Ivey, who continues to slide. Ivey really hasn't been able to get anything going once we came to the final table of 9. He started with, I think, around 13.8 million-ish, between 13 and 14 million, and it's just kind of been a steady slide. Really hasn't been able to win any pots. That said, still pretty deep, right? Almost 40 bigs here for him, so does have a lot of maneuverability.
Yeah, anyone who's still at this final table has all the maneuverability with them, so nobody has to worry, really. I mean, Mickey Duek with only 20 bigs, sure, but Ivey almost at 10 million. No harm done.
After this hand, I'll announce the giveaway winners, guys. So if you haven't done so already, let us know your preferred, go-to, favorite, however you want to classify it, starting hand in PLO. Drop it in the chats. $15 gift card, one for the YouTube chat, one for the PokerGo.com chat.
The pot.
Weiss is going to fight back here with a pot-sized raise announced after Ivey opened.
First real aggression pre-flop we've seen from the chip leader. And second hand in a row, Ivey's entered.
Don't know Ivey's hand just yet.
We are continuing here, so it seems. And this is a big hand right now. Look at this, Ivey with a big rundown. But his suits are covered in hearts.
Ace, 8, 3. Top pair for Weiss. Ivey doesn't really connect here.
Notice Ivey checking hard there. I don't know if you noticed that. Like, it was a very forceful, hard check.
Try to jam his fingers to the table.
Yeah, like, I don't know if there's something there, right? Like, but those are the little things I notice when I'm playing a poker hand with somebody. And maybe he was just immediately already kind of flustered seeing the ace-8-3 rainbow flop, knowing that he really can't do much on those board textures.
Ivey down to 7 million now. He's got some work to do. NAPT Las Vegas is back at Resorts World for a 3rd year in a row, November 3rd through 12th. Those are the days that you want to block out on your calendar. Highlights on the schedule include the 50K Super High Roller, the 5K main event. They got a couple of 1Ks as well. They got a 1K PokerStars Open. They also have a 1K Women's High Roller. PokerStars players in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, and Ontario, I encourage you to check the PokerStars platform for ways that you can win packages to NAPT Las Vegas.
So now we see Ivey second to last in chips after losing those 2 pots. Calling a 3-bet and then bluffing Talal, bluffing into the nuts basically. And the 3rd hand in a row Mr. Ivey is playing.
All right, giveaway winners. Let's go. Here's the deal. If you haven't heard me before, I'll tell you how you got to do it. On the YouTube channel, if I announce you as the winner of the giveaway, send an email to social@pokergo.com of a screenshot of yourself logged in to your YouTube account, and then we'll do some verification to get you the $15 PokerGo shop gift card. All right? If you're on PokerGo and I announce your winner, I'll have the customer service team reach out to you. Just give me a minute here to draw. All right, I got my winners. YouTube first. Peyton Rushing. Peyton Rushing. Congratulations, Peyton. You are the winner of a $15 gift card to the PokerGo shop. And then over on the PokerGo.com channel, I just doubled up in the free roll. 8s versus Ace King. Let's go, baby.
Running
Top
good.
set.
Running good.
Dennis
Mr.
P. Dennis P. Dennis
How much do you have in
P.
green?
On the PokerGo.com chat, you are the winner. Congrats, guys. Well done.
Okay, now look this. Ivey, 4th hand in a row he's raised. Krentzman asking, hey, how much you got there in green? Ivey responding. And we'll ask Ivey to spread these cards on the reader. And Ivey with aces and a suit up against the ace, king, queen, jack. 3 hearts. Safe flop so far for Mr. Ivey, but Krentzman does flop top pair. So immediately he's going to need a king, queen, or jack, or some running hearts. Let's see how Ivey continues here. Now, the only problem...
10.675.
I was going to say the only probably for Ivey here is his flush draw. There's no backdoor equity here. But he does
Ivey
pot
says
it.
pot. He hasn't said much at this final table, but those are the 3 most meaningful letters in this game. Pot.
Krentzman with the decision here. You got top pair. You got overcards.
I think it's more.
As we're just debating what's in the middle of this pot here. Like I said, this is always an issue when you're playing pot limit games.
13, 250.
We're going to count this down.
Oh, 1.1. 1.9 or 1.7?
925.
Yeah, you got another 100 in.
Another 100.
Huh?
Another 100 only.
650 is 1.3 plus your 500 dead is 1.8.
I forgot about my fucking ante, yeah.
1.825.
925.
1.925.
Yeah, you're right. Good catch.
Okay, Krentzman's
Oh, this card's a little bent.
Krentzman's gonna fold, and look, that's a pretty amazing fold there. It's just given the strength of your hand. Maybe that's the little, you know, Ivey fear there, but Ivey
card
winning that.
Do I know the card?
We need it.
Was it a good card?
Pretty good card, yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, if you think you're up against aces or kings there, it's not the best spot, of course, with your ace being dead. Big bet by Ivey. So yeah, let's go. Ivey with a nice little pickup.
I've been
You
eliminated
finished
from
in
the free roll.
210th place. What happened, Donnie?
Well, I raised.
Uh-huh.
Off about 15 bigs with a couple of queens.
Okay.
Player to my left called. Not in the blind. Big blind also called.
Okay.
Came 7-3 deuce, rainbow.
It's a pretty good flop for queens.
I bet the stone minimum. Call. Big blind folded. Turn was a 5, I think. I bet 3 big blinds. Call. River's another deuce.
Okay. Seems pretty good for your hand.
I jam. He calls with jack deuce.
Jack deuce. They were gunning for you.
I know. It's just, you know.
Oh
they're
my
just out to
God.
get me, man.
Who put that nasty beat on Donnie? Please reveal yourself in the chat. That is ugly. Jack deuce. Was it even suited?
Yeah, it was. It was hearts.
Still. That's wrong. Okay, look at these hands. We got some formidable holdings here. And Ivey asking the size of the pot.
750 more. 1 million, right?
I think he was saying, like, I'm raising the pot.
Gotcha. From the big blind. Doesn't really realize kind of the strong limping range here of these players. As we see both players with decent holdings. Mickey Duek debating what to do.
He called quickly.
Oh, he did.
I was a little
Okay.
bit
Yeah.
confused
I was
too,
okay.
but
Thank
he
you.
called right away, pretty
Okay.
much. And then action was on Jeff Hakim, who now is out of the way. So heads up here between Duek and Ivey. Duek in position. Ace 10-9 with a couple of hearts.
Oh my God! This
Look
is
at
a
this
monster
flop
of
for
a
Ivey
hand for Ivey and Duek with bottom set. Bottom set with a straight draw.
I don't know how the money doesn't go in here.
It's getting in here, obviously.
All right.
Ivey says pot. Duek is all in. Ivey is, of course, going to call. Cards on their backs. Let's go.
This is a huge flip here.
Wow.
Ivey has 19 outs. You can see him stretched across the top of your screen.
Good luck.
It's a huge one. Want to trade?
Wow.
All right, chat. Let's hear it. What are you going to call for? What card do you want to see?
And I was going to say an ace 9 or 10 just locks it up. And it's just like that, man.
10 of spades on the turn, and that just immediately
3, 4, 7,
leaves
5.
Ivey drawing dead.
3.475.
And Mickey Duek is going to double up to 9.4 million. Essentially flipping stacks with Ivey. Ivey now down to 4.2 million.
That's a rough one. Look, that's just how it goes in this game. Both players flop huge hands. It's a coin flip, and just no luck for Mr. Ivey. Now he needs to battle back. He's a short stack now.
And again, ever since we got down to 9-handed play around one table, Ivey just has not been able to get anything going in his direction.
Yeah, that was it. Like, that was the spot, right? We just saw him play like the last 4 or 5 hands. He's got the chip leader to his direct left, so he's kind of just been waiting around, and that was the big spot. That was the big spot he needed to win to really be in a good position to be back second in chips. Now, look, he's bottom of the totem pole, and he's got some work to do if he's going to win number 12.
Ivey still has right around 16 big blinds to work with, so not completely out of it yet. But as Tristan mentioned, he's going to need to turn things around rather quickly here.
And I mean, huge double up for Mickey Duek there. Puts him now basically tied for 3rd and 4th in chips. And we see Ivey make his first adjustment, get up for the first time.
Stretch it out, you know, shake it off. Ace 7-3 here.
Case 7.
Yeah, Shakerchi just drills this one. Feels like somewhat of a loose open from under the gun. I mean, I'm not exactly the most expert PLO player, but Queen Jack 7-7. Maybe shades of the aggressive Talal starting to come out now that he's got a little chips, you know, to work with.
Yeah, is this the moment where experience takes over, right? Talal, one of the biggest winners in poker and one of the biggest winners at this final table. Is this where he tries to turn it up? To Donnie's point.
Weiss out of the way with his patented nice hand. Talal up to 11 million now. Still got 6 players remaining here. Not going to finish this one tonight. It will wrap up on Friday, June 20th on PokerGO.com and YouTube. The stream will start at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, 2 p.m. Pacific. Ali Najad will be on the call alongside this guy next to me, Tristan Wade. They're going to take this one home.
I have 5 cards now.
Let's just, 5-card PLO hand. Let's just,
choose the best 4.
Let's go.
Talal recommends us to choose the best 4
while we're at
it. Yeah, why not? This could be a big O hand. We could do one hand of, big O. We'll do some high-low here. That event already took place. They didn't have a 25K 5-card PLO hand tournament here at WSOP.
Would be wild, though. That'd be absolutely wild.
I'm sure they'd get a couple hundred people to pony that up.
Of course they would. 10 seconds. Weiss here, small blind, ace-5, deuce-deuce. He's just going to pot it against Talal Shakerchi's big blind.
And that pot, this is the smallest pot raise you can make. Blind on blind, you can only go 3x. So
Talal's got a hand.
Yeah, Talal does have a hand. But more importantly, he's got position, he's got chips, and the hand. So
Talal understandably just going to play this one as a call.
That is a big
8,
flop.
7. Talal just smashes this every which way. He's got top set. He's got the spades as well.
Ivey looking over his shoulder at the noise. Now, Weiss has done a great job navigating with his chip lead. I thought maybe this was another spot where he would just exit and say, look, this isn't my board. I'm raising from the small blind. I'm just going to, check and concede the 3 bigs. But he does come with a bet with really a nothing burger of a hand. And the world is yours if you're Talal Shakerchi here. I don't think you just want to get the money all in, but maybe you do. Maybe your hand's just that strong.
Shakerchi not going to wait. He's just going to raise right away. Would guess that that's just going to end this one. But, you know, Weiss has taken his time with all of his actions, think everything through.
Yeah, and if we think about it from Shakerchi's perspective, maybe you can stack smaller sets. Maybe you can get good money in against like just an ace-high flush draw with nothing else to it. And Shakerchi has a lot of backup there too, obviously with the spades and the Jack-10 working for himself. So rightfully so, that was a monster of a flop for Talal.
All right, unfortunately, they cooked me in
They
the
cooked
free
you
roll that we were
Jack
playing.
Deuce.
But you guys can still get in on the action at playpokergo.com. It's free online poker, real competition, zero risk. I'm evidence of the fact that it's real. I was just in there playing with you guys, okay? I try to get in there every single day. You can grind ring games, you can run deep in tournaments, spin the wheel of gain in the brand new No Gamble, No Future sit and goes. No deposits, no bots, no gimmicks, just pure authentic poker. Play at playpokergo.com. It's also available to download on your iOS device or your Android device. So check it out today, playpokergo.com.
Pretty nice
Ace,
holding
King,
here.
Jack 8 with a suit to the ace, which is, of course, always important
Right.
for Ivey. He's going to say pot. He's out of the cutoff seat here.
And his stack is dwindling. He's already committing a fifth of his stack with this open. Should do the trick.
I look like Q now. I look like Buddy now.
What about Buddy?
Q.
Yeah, what about him? What do you
look like him now?
You do? Oh, yes. Shout out to Buddy. We love Buddy.
I know he hasn't had a whole bunch to work with, but Hakim is evidence, something that you and I have talked about before, but oftentimes at final tables, folding makes you the most money.
Yeah.
He's just hanging out, kind of collecting pay jumps. I'm sure he would love to get involved, yes, but he just hasn't had the hands or really the opportunity to get in there. So, you know, just sit back, collect those big pay jumps as they come your way.
Yeah,
Ivey here comes with a limp on this one, king, king, 4-4. Go ahead.
Even just looking at the stats here of Duek and Hakim, they're almost identical with a VPIP of around 13% and no pre-flop aggression.
A couple more limps. Shakerchi limped, Krentzman limped, and Duek finds aces in the big.
So no pre-flop aggression
yeah.
until now, where we see aces in the big blind with a suit, and Ivey, who had limped a nasty looking kings. He does have two pair though. No suit, but king, king, 4-4. What does he want to do? Is this good enough to just get it in? Run it rather than see a flop and have to fold. But no, we are going to see a flop first.
Ivey makes the call. Let's see if anyone else wants to get in here.
Talal with 3 clubs in his hand. Let's go.
All right, Talal and Krentzman both out of the way. So we got heads-up action, Duek versus Ivey. Duek recently doubled up through Ivey. That basically flipped the stacks of those two. They're going to go to battle once again. Queen, 9-4 with hearts.
Let's go.
Set of 4s for Ivey. Aces and hearts for Duek. Nut hearts at that.
This is one of those confrontations where it just goes in.
Duek pots it. Ivey jams for a tiny bit more. Duek, of course, quickly calls. The cards are on their back once again between these two. Ivey with his set of fours, 67% to double up here.
Just got to fade the ace or the heart, of course.
Ten of clubs on the turn. 9 outs for Mickey Duek. If he hits it, Phil Ivey's going to hit the rail in 6th place. Ivey looking to fade. It is the jack of hearts on the end.
Good game.
We are going to lose the 11-time WSOP gold bracelet winner, the legendary Phil Ivey. He's going to take 6th place for $394,531. And the quest for number 12 continues.
The Q-Look did it.
That's it for today, right?
Oh, okay, yes. Fine.
There
Mickey
goes the
Duek,
legend.
couple hands ago, doubled through Phil Ivey, and then there he finishes him off.
Honestly, just chill. We could keep playing.
And with that, 5 players remain. Everyone's guaranteed $539,000.
A couple of hands you guys had there.
And that's going to wrap it up for the evening. You can see the payouts on your screen presented by Octopi Poker. Tomorrow, these 5 are going to return to battle at the Horseshoe. A WSOP gold bracelet on the line, almost $2.3 million up top. Dennis Weiss is your chip leader. Mickey Duek second. Talal Shakerchi, Evan Krentzman, and Jeff Hakim also in the mix. The stream will be Friday, June 20th on PokerGO on the PokerGO YouTube channel, 5 Eastern, 2 Pacific. Ali Najad and Tristan Wade will be on the call. Tristan, it was a pleasure tonight. Always fun, sir. Have fun tomorrow. Enjoy Ali. I'm Donnie Peters. We will catch you guys next time.